Okay, so there's someone here already. Awesome. So I'm still setting it up. So I think I need to bring the chessboard a little bit closer. There we go. All right. There's a bit of echo because I got the volume on here. There we go. Someone was here and then they dropped out. Awesome. Happy Hermit's here. Yo, how you going, Happy Hermit? Good to see you here. You're here. You're first up, mate. So what was I going to say? I tried messaging you, and here we go. I've just subscribed to your channel, so because that way I can put you in comments and stuff. So yeah, Happy Hermit. You want to have a chess match? I'm still setting up, so I've got Happy Hermit here. He joined in first, so he's going to play. Awesome. Yeah, Happy says, good. You have a nice week. Yeah, not too bad. It was pretty good. I had a lot of progress this week. I'm starting a business course next week for my mindfulness training and nature therapy, which is going to help me get that started. And I'm starting a permaculture course, hopefully as well, next week. So it's going to be a big week next week. So this week was good for getting things happening. So yeah, Happy's here. We're gonna. You're up for a match. So I'll go through the layout of the board. We've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So when you want to make a move, you let me know. But we'll see if Happy's not back. We'll happy to take anyone else who wants to join in and wants to have a game. So, yep. I think it says Cage Pastor said she's ready to join. We've got 3 people here. Yeah, so that's the way I think it works. Just whoever's first in is gets to start the match. So we'll give it a few minutes because Happy Hermit was here first. If he wants to, he did mention last time that he's up for a match, and it's saying there's 2 people in the stream, and there's a little bit of problem with the streaming. I might just let me know. It looks like it's frozen. Oh no, it's not. It seems to be going all right. But I might have to check my internet, see if there's other things I might have to stop doing. There's too much going on. So still waiting on Happy Hermit. If you're still here, we've got 5 people here now. That's awesome. So just let us know in the chat who's here and who's up for a match. I know Happy Hermit was first in, so if he's still here, we'll get this happening. So I've got my tablet here on the ground so I can check the messages. Because of the way I've got my laptop, it's hard for me to see. I'm still wearing my ankle strap because it's helping with the inflammation, because my ankle has been pretty badly sprained, but it's getting better now. But I'll take it off because I don't need to wear it all the time. It just helps. So still waiting on chats. Can anyone who's in the chat, can you just type something? Just let me know it's working, because it seems to be streaming okay to my tablet. And it's saying there's 3 people in the stream. Here we go. Cage Pastor's here. Chat's working. Well, Cage Pastor, you're on the list to join the chess match too. So if Happy doesn't return in a minute, you and I can start a match, and then Happy can play the next match. So we'll just give it a minute. Oh yeah, Happy's just finishing dinner. So if you don't mind, Happy, you can play the next match. And Cage Pastor, right, and I'll start, and you can take your time at dinner. So yeah. So yeah, Cage Pastor says awesome. I'm on standby. Well, Happy's here we go. Yeah, Happy says sure, awesome. So Cage Pastor, if you want it, you're first to make a move. I don't know how many times you played chess, so this is open to everyone. People who've never played chess before, you're welcome to play, and we'll we'll teach you the rules as we go. So first move there, Cage Pastor. So I'll just go through the grid again. You've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you want to move this pawn, this will be A1 to A2 or A1 to A3, as an example. Yep. So, okay, so that's all right. So I'll go through the grid system again. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So you just got to type into the chat. Okay, F2 to F4. Now, A, B, C, D, E, F, F2 to F4. There we go. First move from Cage Pastor. All right. I'm going to move H1 to H4. G3 to 4, okay. You mean G2? Yeah, you got it. G2 to G4. Just checking that's your move. Yep. You happy with that move? Okay. That's all right. So this is an interesting move. Because if I could take that pawn, and I really am obliged to, because this is magnetic chess. There we go. Now, I didn't think too much whether I could get taken, but I don't know I can't. So that's good. Now it's back to your move again. Cage Pastor says, I'm not good at chess, I'm just playing. Oh, that's all right. It's all fun. It's the thing about chess is it's not whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. And it really, when you think about pretty much all sort of things, it's really enjoying the process and being a good sport. My favorite sports people are people that play fair. What does it say here? It says, Cage Pastor says, can't my queen take your pawn, but maybe that's a bad move. No, your queen couldn't take my pawn because the queen can't jump, and it can't jump over pieces. The horses or knights are the only ones that can. And yeah. It's in the wrong. If that pawn wasn't there, in fact, there's a clue there. You could put pressure on my pawn if you move to this pawn forward. E3 to E4. A, B, C, D, E. E2 to E4, please. Yes. Now you put pressure on my pawn because there's a clear line. Okay, so next move. Now, what I could do is put pressure on. The only way I can put pressure on the queen is to move my castle all the way up there. I can't, if I moved my pawn further forward, it could then get taken by yours, which actually could have been a good play. If I moved my pawn forward and then you took my pawn, I could have taken your castle and been protected where I was. So technically I made more of a defensive move then instead of an attacking move. Cage Pastor says, not like your pawn means much. Well, that can be said, but pawns can win the match. So if you haven't played chess before, pawns can only move forward unless they're taking a piece, which they can only take directionally on a 45-degree angle. And Conan's here. How you going, Conan? Conan says, most important piece with the heart. Yeah. They have the name, like people, they say you can sacrifice your pawns, and It's a difficult thing. If you get your pawn all the way to the other side, to the end, you can switch it for any piece that has not been that has been taken before. Conan says, I'm better. So sorry. No, that's all right. It's good that you're better now. Or you're better at chess, either way. Cage Pastor says G1 to F3. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G1. To F3. So, oh, pressure. You put pressure on my castle there. What are you doing? See, this is what happens. Okay. So this is you did put pressure on me then, but I think yes. Cage Pastor says, I got you. Either way, take my pawn, I'll get you. Well, it's actually it's a bit different to that, because I was able to take your knight because you put it too close. Yep. Yeah. That's usually me who makes those moves. One thing with chess, it is more difficult playing like this, because when you're playing in person yourself, you can you are allowed to move a piece forward and then bring it back, as long as you don't let go of the piece. Cage Pastor says, oh, damn it. Yes, I'm learning. Yeah, that's another thing. So I'll go through some of the pieces. So the castle can go forward and backwards as far as it can go. Bishops can go diagonally on the color that they're on. So this is one that's on the light color, so it can go that way. And this is one that's on the dark color, so it can go on those. And king can go one move in any direction, and queen can go as far as she can go in any direction. And as you saw before, the knight goes 2 forwards and 1 left, or 1 right, or 1 and 2. But either way, it arrives in the same spot. So this knight can go here or here. Can't go there because there's a piece there. But the knight's the only one that can jump across. Conan says, my dad is so good at chess, I could never beat him. With the worry face. Only once did I ever. Yeah, it's difficult when you're up against someone who's like, but that would have been fun when you did finally, beat him in a match. But Ren's here. Ren Cristobal, good to see you here, mate. Welcome to the chess match and the chats. Ren says, keep doing what you love. God bless, bro. Awesome. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. That's a beautiful comment. I think we can all appreciate that. Doing what you love is something very special. Cage Pastor says, can I use my bishop to take that pawn? So yes, no, I don't think you can. And then Cage Pastor says, oh, so it's my queen that could take it? Yes, your queen could take that pawn. Yes, absolutely. And it's safe to. I can't take. So that's why you got to think whenever before you do a move. If the queen takes that pawn, can any of my pieces automatically take it? And that's how I got your knight here, because it was left vulnerable. So is that what you want to do? That would be E1. No, sorry, D1. D1 to F3. Is that it? No, you don't want to do that. Oh, baby stag's here. Awesome. Baby stags says, I thought it was the 22nd with the smiling face. Yes, sometimes, I don't know, like when I schedule the stream, sometimes it doesn't show up at the right time. It should automatically say when it is, depending on your time zone. So, but if you want to, you're on the list to play some a chess match, baby stag. So maybe next one you might be able to play against Happy Hermit, or yeah, I'm going to do 2 streams today, like now, and then we'll get as many games as we can in today, and then this afternoon, which will be later in the evening for you. It'll be 4 p.m. is when the second one will start. So that'll be, so if you don't get to have a match this afternoon or this evening, it's Friday night there in the States. So what is it? It's about almost 9 p.m. Cage Pastor says B2 to B3. So B2 to B3. Nice safe move. So you could have taken that pawn there, Cage Pastor, but you're being very protective with the queen there, which is fine. Nothing wrong with being cautious. So I should call out the things just to keep the grid system happening. So a piece with the question mark. Yes, I would say the queen is the most powerful piece as well. Some people have their preferred pieces that are more powerful, but yes, the queen can go in any direction as far, all across the board. Baby Stag says, okay, I'm excited, trying to learn the table numbers, watching that, and good luck with the fingers crossed. Players, yes, with the smiley faces and the hearts, love it. Yeah, this is going to be fun, Baby Stag. So yeah, you get to play next match, and if you have to do something in between, there'll be opportunity today, and you're wanting to play from the beginning. So like you're next on the list. Baby Stay says, I know, awesome. So yeah, so it's alphabetical: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Conan says Queen is OP. Conan says, please nerf with the hug. So it's still your go, still Cage Pastor. at this stage of the game, you don't have to worry about making big moves because we're just establishing the play. Baby Stag says, "Okay, I may play one next. I messed it up." No, that's all right. Yeah, no, you'll be playing. Hopefully, Baby Steak, you can play the next match. So it'll be either against Happy Hermit or the winner of this match or whoever else is here. Conan's here, and we got who else is here? We got Ren, Cristobal. So whoever's here, Baby Stag's definitely playing on the next match. So Cage Pastor says B1 to C3. B1. So that says that's the knight, right? No, B1. Yes, B1 is the knight. So that's exactly right. So you can go from B1 to C3. I just got to fix this piece that felt sticking up. There we go. Conan says, I know people like to play the queen or bishops early. Getting them in defensive positions is important. That's a good point there, Conan. Because they're such powerful pieces, you can get them into a spot and then you can always retreat from where you are. So it's my go. So that was C8 to G4, bishop. Now it's your go, Cage Pastor. Cage Pastor says, I needed that advice earlier. Well, that's all right. You're doing good, Pastor. Conan says, better late than never. That's a good one. Cage Pastor says, I'm trying to start with knights and pawns first. Yeah, that's cool. Conan says, yeah, that works well also. Knights are very useful for defense. Knights can cover a large part of the, and they also are good when just because they can jump over other pieces, that makes them very powerful. Baby Stag says, I'll wait till all the players ready set up on the list. It's no biggie. Gives me, I can't see the word because the love heart's in the road. Here we go. Gives me time to learn by y'all playing. You're going to need the help once I get the hang of it. Yeah, I can see you're going to be good at this, Baby Stag. It's going to be fun. Conan says, knights can also be so frustrating if they get stuck. That's true, because they can get limited in where they can move very easily. Conan says, I'd be down for game 3. Awesome. So Conan's down for game 3. Case Pastor says, I'm in the same boat. Jump in. The most game we can all we can all learn together. Yeah, that's great. Conan says, I need help with the numbers and letters. With the worried face, I don't know them from memory. That's all right. I'll keep saying them as we go. So it's still Cage Pastor's move. So every time someone makes a move, I'll do it for me as well as other people when here we go. So Cage Pastor says C3 to D5. So A, B, C, 3. So that's the knight. C3 to D5. She says, does that work? Okay, so I'll give her the chance to like not actually make this move until she chooses it. Okay, so C3 to D5, 4, 5. So that's D5. It can move there. You can move the knight there. If you want to move the knight there, you can move it there. If you're happy with that. No, I think it works. I think it works. It is. That's yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So I did move it to the wrong spot. So you're moving it from C3 to D5. So that's there. Yes, you can move there. My mistake. A, B, C, D, 5. Thank you for clarifying that. Cage Buster says you moved to B. I did move to B instead of D. Cage Buster says I wanted to get in front of the pawn. You did. Now, I mean, I've got all my pawns here, so it's very easy for me to put pressure on you with that horse. And I can do that as easy as that. So that's C7 to C6. Oh, Cage Pastor says, did I ask how pawns move earlier? I don't remember that, but I don't think you did. So pawns can move when you have your first move. If your pawn is on where they start on the board, you can move. Say I'm moving this one, I can move two spaces in one go, 1 or 2. But once the pawn's out on the board, they can only move one piece, one forward, and if they come across, and they can only take diagonally. So if I had my pawn there, that's how I could take your pawn. I could take this pawn. Cohen says, better spot. I make the mistake of putting knights in that other spot often. I have to retreat the next move. Yeah, I do that all the time too, Conan. It's, I find with knights, they're probably the most common piece that I have to retreat. Cage Pastor says 10-4. Conan says, I'll say, Luke, really cool setup with the candles. Oh, thanks, mate. it's awesome. It's good. Look, when we played the first chess match, we upgraded to candles, and I've got spare ones here for when these ones run out, but they should last for quite a long time. But yeah, thanks for that. So still your move, Pastor. Baby Stag says, I love the candles also. Oh, thank you so much, Baby Stag. at this point of the game, it's like there's a lot of safe moves you can make, you know. So you can move a piece without it getting taken. But as you get further and further along, the chances of making a move and someone taking the piece is higher. Baby Steak says, always reminds me of the night I found you're playing the game. I didn't know how to play chess until I seen it, though. I was on the wrong page, but I was like, no, that's him. That's awesome. I'm so glad you were here as well. We had such a great time, didn't we, Baby Steak? Conan says, "Ree," with the baby stag emoji. It's awesome. Yeah, it was so much fun. I mean, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. So don't be afraid with your moves. So I'll go back through the grid system again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. C1 to F6, says Cage Pastor. You can't move diagonally. So C1, yes. You can't actually make that move because you got a pawn in the road. So this is the bishop. Bishop can go diagonally as far as the bishop can go without, as long as there's nothing in its path. So yes, that's it. So bishop is C1. Baby Stag says, I love y'all. And he's so excited to see y'all here online. It's been better to see y'all, but I love seeing y'all nonetheless. Oh, you're the best, Baby Stag. We love you. All right. Always have fun. We have great chats. Cage Pastor says, oh, well, now you know my plan. Oh, no, that's all right. I figure you want to move the bishop out there somewhere. So Conan's got, I think that's a cat emoji. It's hard to see because I'm using my tablet here to read the comments. Cage Pastor says E2 to that's funny. I'm seeing what the emoji is now. Yep. Cage Pastor says E2 to E3. A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. So you got nothing in E2. You're going to have to pick something else. Did you mean D, A, B, C, D? Yeah. That's what Conan says. Did you mean 1, 2, 3? Baby Stag says, ain't summer night here. It is. It's 11 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. Okay, Cage Pastor says C2 to C3. So this is C, this is D. Which one do you want? Okay, so this is A, B, C, D. Which one do you want to move? Is it C2 or D2? Okay, it's D2 to D3. That's all right. Cage Pastor says my bad. No, that's all right. Cage Pastor says it is tricky. Yeah, it is. I could write the things. After a while, you'll get the thing. So a good thing to do is just look at the chessboard and then see what you want to move. And then once you've worked out the move, that's when you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So it's now it's my go. So Cage Pastor just moved this pawn to here, from here to here. And now it's my turn. So this is E, A, B, C, D. Yeah, E7 to E5. That's your go, Cage Pastor. Conan says, grid systems are difficult, but practice makes perfect, as they say. With the smiley face. Exactly, it does, hey. So alphabetical left to right with the columns, and then numerical 1 to 8 in the rows. Oh, sorry, yes, rows. And yeah, so traditionally, yeah, if I could. You're doing well, Cage Pastor. This is fun. It is difficult playing chess like this without being able to move the pieces. You've got to imagine where they're going to go. But it is like what Conan says. It is difficult, but it is good. Like it makes through practice you get it. Conan says, only in Mordor have I seen battles like this. With the smiley face with the sunnies. I love that one. Only in Mordor. Exactly. Case Pastor says C3 to G5. Okay, C3 to G5. You have nothing in C3, so C. Okay, wait, it's C1. Okay, C1 to G5. So C, D, E, F, G. Now you can't move. So this is C1. You can only move to as far as there because you've got a pawn in the road here. You can't move it to. You can't move. Yeah, you can't. You can move from C1 to e3. That's as far as you can go. c1 to e3. Baby Stag says, "You'll have me watching Bobby Fischer twice." Awesome, trying to get ready. I love it. It's a great movie, isn't it? I love that movie. Case Pastor says, "Wait, it's C1." Conan says, "Nah, I see two." I see two. I see three. Case Pastor says, "Conan, I wish you could take over my game." Cage Pastor says, "I swear I don't know what I'm doing." That's all right. You're having fun. We're having fun. Conan says, "My blade is yours as you command. Can someone save me from this lose?" Hey, that's all right. Just so make him. You can make a move. Doesn't matter. So if you wanted to move your bishop, you can move your bishop. I'll help with this. I'll move some. It's all right. So are you saying you don't want to keep playing Cage Pastor? Oh, you got one more chance to keep playing because it's it's all right. But you okay? Conan says. Okay. Conan says. Oh no, Cagebuster says, "I'll learn more by watching." Conan says, "I still don't know the grid though." Cagebuster says, "Good look, tap out, good luck," says Cagebuster. Conan says, "Up to you, Pastor." Baby Stag says, "A Cage Pastor." Two kittens, don't feel bad, baby. Wait till I hit the scene. Yeah, that's it. Baby Stag's she's been practicing, watching Bobby Fischer. Conan says, "I hear you." Cage Pastor says, "I'll play you, Baby Stag, but I'm over my head. I'm in over my head." Well, maybe that's what can happen. We can finish this match if Conan wants to take over, and then Cage Pastor can play Baby Stag. Okay. So here we go. Cage Pastor's tapped out and said Conan can take over. So it's up to you now, Conan. It's your move. And Cage Pastor can play Baby Stag next match. So we got Conan making the first move. Conan says the pressure is real. Okay, give me a fresher on the grid. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if you want, you can say like Bishop C. It's Bishop C1 to you can say the name of the piece first if you want, if that makes it easier. But yeah, or you can just say the grid name. Baby Stag says, it's just a game, baby, not death row. And it's okay, sweetheart. We're not judging you. And that wasn't what I was saying, Luke. I'm telling her she plays better than I do. But that's all right. Like, I think it'd be good that you both you can play the next match. And she's got a bit of time to get ready. Well, okay, Conan says, what piece is that nearest to your side, Bishop? So the piece nearest to my side is this one, that my bishop. Cage Buster says, that's why I think I could beat you, Lowell. No, I think it'll be a good. That's it, because if it's like one of your first matches, then with Cage Passer, then that makes it it'll be a good match with Baby Stag, because this will be her first chess match. Conan's on the bus, everyone. So this is cool. Conan's playing a game of chess through the live stream on YouTube on a bus. Conan says, I don't want to miss my bus stop, so I might be a bit slow. Bear with me. That's all right. Cage Pastor's got the heart and the smiling face. Conan says, I'll move my rook to G1. So you're... Oh, wait. Yeah. I think, yeah, castles or rooks. Yeah, they are. I had it on bishop. I'm sorry. But yep. There you go. So from rook from H1 to G1. We got that one. Good. Thanks for sorting that out. Cage Pastor says H1 to G1. Baby Stag says, good luck, Conan and Luke. Thank you for that, Baby Stag. Conan says, that's okay, with this smiley face. Thanks, Baby Stag, with the heart. Baby Stag says, baby, at this point, anybody can beat me. But when I learn, that's it. Everyone will have to watch out. Baby Stag's gonna, he's just gonna win the championship, I think. Oh yes, no, good point. Kona says, did you move, Luke? My bad. No, I haven't moved. I got carried away. So I will make my move. Baby Stag says, you're welcome. Yeah, that's awesome. Cage Pastor says, that's what we're working towards, love. Absolutely. That's what we're working towards, love. Absolutely. That's a beautiful comment. So it's I'm going to go A, B, C, 6, C6 to D5. I'm taking the knight. There we go. So it's Conan's lost both knights. makes it a bit difficult. Baby Stag says, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for all of you. With the with the smiley faces. I'm very competitive in a good way though. Yeah, that's good. Competitive's fun. In a good way. I like that. Conan says certainly with the thinking emoji. Cage Pastor says, I'm with you, but with this game, I'm just a fawn. Conan says queen to d2. Queen, so d1 to d2. Queen's out on the board. Okay, now it's my move. Now, I'm going to move A, B, C, D5 to E4, taking your pawn. Back to you, Conan. Cage, Baby Steak says, Cage Pastor, stop drowning yourself, baby. Give yourself grace. With the dove flying, with the hearts. I believe in you, with the smiley face. That's beautiful, Baby Stag. Thank you, George. Thank you for that comment. That's supportive, so supportive. Conan says queen to e3. So A, B, C, D, E, 3. Queen to e3. Difficult. Now, there's a good one. I've got to think about this move now. It's my move. Conan says, let's rumble. With the emoji face, like saying, yeah, let's rumble. So the Cage Pastor says, I might have given you an impossible battle, Conan, but your namesake is to be a warrior. I believe in you. That's it. But let's rumble, says Baby Stag with the laughing emojis. I love it. All right, so it's my move. Now, I'm going to get my knights into play. So I'm going to go G8 to F3. So I move G8 to F3. Kona says it's Friday night SmackDown for the BBs. Yeah, it's all happening. Baby Stag's got the laughing emojis. Kona says, McKay. Here we go. Kona says, pawn to f5. So f4 to f5. So that was. Now I'm not sure about that move. I think it. I think e5. Wait. A B C D E. Oh yes, e5. Because that's it. That's the only one. That's yeah. You got it, Conan. You took the first pawn. So that's what happened. Is that's a good rule. See, I'm just showing. Okay, so if you've got a pawn, if a pawn can take another piece, it has to take the piece. It can't just go, I'm going to go forwards. It has to take the piece. So, and that's what Conan did. Conan went, no, yeah, I got it. I moved the wrong one at first, and then I went, yeah, no, that's it. Baby Stag says e5. Yep. Conan says, mwah, haha. Here we go. It's Rumble Smackdown time. Baby Stag says, with the laughing emojis, he's funny. He is. This is fun. All right, so it's my move again. I really have to do something here because my knight is in jeopardy. If I don't move my knight, then I'm in trouble. I'm going to put some pressure on here, so I'm going to go A, B, C, D, E, F, F3 to D5. Horse, knight, D5. Kind of says, bit too funny if you ask, folks. Case Pastor says, end is nigh. Kona says, tea is ready. Baby Steak says, I love it. If it's who you are, be you, sweet. That's beautiful. Cage Pastor says, oh, Kona's got the waving hand. Cage Pastor says, baby stag, your sugar on earth. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful comment. Conan says, I'll move queen to f4. And I'll say that again, f4 to f3. So A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, you wait. That's what you want to move? Only because of you, Pastor. I owe you so much. Wait, give me a second. Wait. Here we go again. I'll move queen to f4. Yes, that's f4. Okay. Baby Steak says, give me a second. The heart blocking it. Kona says, only because of you, Pastor, I owe you so much. Baby Sag says, oh, thank you, baby. Cage Pastor says, much love. Oh, that's beautiful. So, yeah, queen to f4. Now it's my move. that was a good move, that one. So the queen could have taken the pawn, but then if the queen took the pawn, I would have taken it with the bishop. And so Conan moved the queen to get out of danger from the knight, but the queen's still in danger from the knight. So I'm going to have to take it. So that's A, B, C, D, D5 to F4. I'm taking the queen. There it goes, Conan. Getting brutal. Cage. Oh, Baby Stag says, ditto, baby. Oh, that's lovely. Conan says, ooh, yeah, that's it. I know, it's sad you lost your queen there. But then, you're doing well, though. You did join into a game that had been started, so we could have started the match from the beginning again, which we could have done, but we did a switch over, so I think it works out good. So Baby Stag says, so you can't move that black piece backwards and take the white piece. I don't know which piece you're talking about, but we'll work that out. Case Buster says, this is why we keep the queen safe till the end. Yes, that's true. Conan says, Alice wants to get on call. I might join back if someone wants to take over. She only has 30 minutes. And I said I would talk to her. Yeah, go speak to Alex. Yeah, that's important. Say hello to Alice for us. And then someone can join up. Who wants to, does Cage Pastor want to come back and take over? Where are we? Cage Pastor says we could do a do-over, but that would take away from the competitiveness. Losing is part of winning. Yeah, that is a good point. We should have. Cage Pass says we should have a brand new game. But Baby Stag says, "I know y'all played already. It's okay." I'm never scared, man. All right. Okay, so Conan says, I'm so sorry, guys. I got my bro and his friend talking y'all on this. That's all right. You can't do it all at once. So, hey, Conan, we're going to, do you want to, yeah, Cage Pastor says Stag in and Challenger has emerged. So is this, we're going to have a match now with Cage Pastor and Conan says I'll be back. Yeah, Conan, we'll have a rematch from the beginning. We'll start from fresh when you come back, and we'll have Cage Pastor versus Baby Stag. So I could, yeah. It's all right. Okay, so Cage Pastor says no, not me. I want to watch better players first. Okay. Well, how about Baby Stag? Do you want to start a fresh match and we'll play now, or do you want to continue? Like, you don't want to continue on from where we're at. I would say you want to start fresh, but we can start a fresh match now. Okay, awesome. Baby Steak says, no, I want to jump in this game. Awesome. That's good. We're salvaging the game. So, I think it's your move, Baby Stag. I just took your queen with my knight. So now it's your move. Cage Pastor says, my hero. Cage Pastor says, rough place to start. Yeah, that's it. Both knights and the queen and 2 pawns, and I've only got 1 pawn down, but that's a good challenge. Baby Stakes, it's going to be a difficult way to start, you know. Yeah, Baby Stakes says this game. It's Baby Stag's move. So she's just thinking. So yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Here we go. B. You can B3 can only move to B4 because the pawns can only move 2 moves in when you start. But once you've moved, you can only move one at a time. So you can move that one. You can move this one, Baby Stag, but it can only go from B3 to B4. So if you're happy with that, we can do that. Yeah, that's it. Cage Pastor says the pawns only get to jump 2 spaces their first move. That's correct. Yes, Baby Steak says, okay, do that, please. Yep. So from B3 to B4. All right. A7 to A5. I move the pawn up. Cage Pastor says, I'm counting on you, baby. Cage Passer says he has tons of pressure on the right side of the board. Yeah, I do. It's just sitting there. Cage Passer says, is our king safe? Well, we'll see. Baby Stag says, where can I move e5? So A, B, C, D, E, e5. E5 can only move diagonally and take my pawn. So you can do that. Absolutely. Do you want to do that? So e5 to d4, d6. It will be e5 to d6. All right. Baby Stag says take it. So here it goes. Baby Stags taking a pawn. There you go. This is your first piece. And this is sort of good, Baby Stags, jumping in halfway through a match because, you know, like it was sort of set up for you, and it doesn't matter. It's a challenge to deal with what you've got, and people actually do this with chess. Like you can basically on chess electronic versions and that you can sort of set up a chess match already halfway through, and so you can practice how to play at a halfway through a match. So it's my turn. Case Pastor said, third person in, clean up our mess, please, ma'am. Actually, this is cool. This is like three people of playing taken over. So, okay. I will probably okay. I'm going to take this. So that's A, B, C, D, E, F, F8 to D, A, B, C, D, 6. I took your pawn. Now it's back to you, Baby Stag. Cage Pastor says, and Conan might come back still. That's true. So yeah, Baby Stag's move. I'm going to go get some incense. Mm-hmm. Okay, we've got a question here. Baby Steak says your black ones on E, F, G, and H. How can they move against me, please? Okay. Yes, I do have a line here. And so that is okay. One thing I can do is I can take your I can with my pawn, I can take your pawn, right? With my knight here is stopping your king from moving there. So it's keeping you, if I keep my knight there, my bishop is not, the bishop can't take any pieces where it is. And so it's not really doing anything. And the rook is not really doing anything either, although it can take your pawn. So it does open up opportunities. So, and is it my go or not? I can't remember. Is it my go? Or, oh, okay. Here we go. So is it? Yeah. See, this is a problem because I'm not writing down when I'm making my moves. So if I'm but I think it is Baby Stag's move. Yeah, that's it. Baby Stag answered yes. Can I move D3 back? No, it's my move. Yeah, good. So, no, you can't. That was a good question. So pawns can only move forwards, and because I've got a pawn there, the only place you can move is to take my pawn if you want. I've got a pawn there, so you can take that. That's it. If a pawn's got an opportunity to take another piece, it has to. And to answer your question there, Baby Stag, how do the ones in the back row on my side work? Well, rooks can go forward and back. The bishops can move diagonally as far as they can on their own color. The king can only move one space in any direction. and the bishop, same thing, and rook. Okay, so you want to take the pawn. Take the pawn. That was the thing. She can take my pawn with that. So I'll say that that move is. I should start typing in too, just to make sure. But I might start that for the next match. So that would be D, A, B, C, D, 3 to E4, taking the pawn. There you go. Baby Stag's taken another piece. So you can do castling. So castling is if you moved your bishop to there, right, or there, you could swap. You could swap the rook and the king. So that's castling. But you can't have anything in the road in order to do that. Yes, Cage Pastor says, what is castling? Castle and king can swap, question mark. Yes. On either side, yes. So it changes the positions depending on which side they're on. It is. So it's my move, isn't it? Because Baby Stag took that pawn. So I'm going to do it. I'm putting you in check. I'm moving from D6 to B4, taking a pawn. And I'm putting you in check. So the bishop's got you in check. So you've got two options here. You can move a piece in front and block the bishop. So you could move the pawn forward and block, but then that puts your pawn into danger. Or you can move your king, but you can't move your king there because my knight is here. You can move your king there or there. No, you can't move the king there. You can move the king there or there. You have another option. You can move your bishop in between and block. Because if I take your bishop, then the king will take my bishop. So that's another defensive move. So you have several options here. Baby Stag says, okay, I love this game already. Awesome. Cage Pastor says, you're playing yourself now. I'm just educating as much as I can. So, but just because Baby Stag's in check, so she's got to do something to move. She's got to get the king out of check. Okay, Baby Stag says, if I put it there and you take it, can I not take it after that move? Good question. You can. So if you moved your piece there and then I took your piece, put you in check again, you could then take my bishop like that. You want to move the bishop to block king? No. Wait, here we go. That's what I thought. Okay, use the bishop to block my king, please. Okay, bishop. So that's c1 to d2. You're out of check. Okay. I think it's all over. I'm moving A, B, C, D8 to D2. I think that's checkmate. You can't take my queen because you'll be put in check, and you can't move anywhere. That's checkmate. We'll just double check. Yeah, Baby Stag says definition of lure. Yeah, it is. I completely forgot the queen was there. So I gave you bad information then. If you want, let's go back a few moves because I actually gave you bad information because you said we'll go back, we'll move this back. Was the bishop there? Where is the bishop? Disappeared. Where did the piece go? No, oh yeah, it is. There it is. So, okay. Now, if you move that there, it's still not. Yeah, no. Baby Stag says she's happy with it being checkmate. So we'll just replay this just to show you. You move that to there, right? I couldn't take that with that because I could, but then you could take that, but you couldn't take that. You couldn't do that because that would put you in check with the queen because the queen was here. So you would have had to have if I took your bishop, if you went like this, took my bishop. No, if you moved if I took your bishop like that, you would have to move there, or you could actually castle in that point like that. So this is where I sort of stuffed up. Case Passes. Baby Stag says, oh no, Case Pastor says definition of lure. Baby Stag says, yep, the thumbs up. Case Pastor says, my love, you didn't let me down. I set you up wrong. Baby Stag says, okay, good game, baby. Case Pastor says, nitty gritty now. Baby Stag says, nope, I love this game and defeat, and it's a part of learning. Great game. Now I want to play again. Thank you for playing me. Case Pastor says, I think we messed up this game. No, I thought it was good. It was good learning for all of us. So what happened there was Baby Stag moved bishop to there, and then I took the king, and then I took the bishop and put you in checkmate. But Case Pastor says, I really want to watch someone give Luke a run for his money. Yeah, well, that happened against Basic Glitch. She beat me. She beat me. So So I'm setting up for another match. So here we go. So here we go. Baby Stag, you ready to start again? We might, I might take you like a couple of minute break, and then you might get a cup of coffee or something like that, and then we'll start the match. So, and if someone else joins, the only thing is if the difficulty of playing like this is with the candles. What I can do is in between each. Yeah, awesome. Baby Stag says, if nobody gonna bite, I shall. Well, awesome. So Baby Stag versus me. We'll give it a few minutes. If someone else joins and keeps while I'm off getting a coffee, just mention in the chat to people that if it can be two other people playing, I don't have to be playing the match. But Baby Stag's definitely in. But if that's the case, what I'll do is I'll do this, and in between each round, I'll do this. In between each play. Do you know what I mean? So we can do it like that. So everyone alternates. And what we can even do, there's different rules on, who, like you can pick either the light or the dark color. So we can do that too. So Baby Stag says, yep, okay, awesome. So what we can do that too first, we can pick, I'll just do this offhand. So Baby Stag, pick left or right hand. Awesome. Baby Stag says, I'm going to try my best. You're going to do awesome. So you pick left or right hand, and that's how we can see who starts. I've got a chess piece in each hand, and it'll decide. Okay, so right. So your light piece today, and that means you go first too, Baby Stag. So I know it's just one of those rules that's been around for chess since a long time. So you get to make first move. All right, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, and I shall return. So just give me a few minutes break and then we'll start this chess match. It is. Well, I've done the cookie one, but you weren't speaking much to me. I was just talking away. I'm back. Cup of coffee. Yeah, Baby Steak says posted about game. Didn't post anyone's business worries. I'll always protect your promise. Just showed the board. Awesome. No, you're welcome to do that, Baby Steak. That's beautiful. No, I appreciate doing that. This will be monumentous. Is that the right word? Monumental, because it'll be your first test match from start to finish. Yeah. Baby Steak. Oh no, Cage Pastor says golden. Yeah, that is. Thanks for sharing. Picture of the chessboard, Baby Steak. That's beautiful. Paige says, oh, Paige is here. Paige says golden. Baby Stag says my move, right? Welcome to the match, Paige. Baby Stag says, yeah, my move, right? Baby Stag says, yep. Yeah, that's it. You get first move, Baby Stag. So A2 to A4. Nice. A2 to A4. Good start to the game. I'm going to go D7 to D5. Your move, Baby Stag. H2 to H4. Interesting. E7 to E5. Your move, baby Stave. Cage Pastor says you're doing fine. Awesome. Baby Stag says G2 to G4. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. G2 to G4. Nice. So now my move. I'm going to go G7 to G6. Your move, baby Stag. B2 to D4 question mark. That's right. So B2 to D4, I think so. B2. Oh no. You can go from B2 to C3. So I'll show you where the knight can only move one spot here because things are in the road. So this is, you can go from B2 to C3 if that's what you want. So have a think about it. Oh, okay, B2, yes, okay. So you're right, B2 is that one. Now you can go from B2 to B4 if you want, but not D4. So if you want, you can move the pawn 2 spots because it's its first move to D4, to B4. So have a think about that if you want to do that. Okay, wait. Baby Steak says, right, I said it that way because last play you said it was D. Oh, sorry. I got that mixed up. So you want, yeah. I'm just B2 to B4. Just checking. Cool. So, yeah, B2 to B4. That was your move. Cage Pastor says, can I ask a general question about moving pieces forward? Is there a mentality behind what gets moved first? Well, often you'll move your pawns first so that you get access to your other pieces, because the knights are the only ones that can jump. So here's an example. This knight can move here or here. It can jump over pieces. It's like a horse. It can go, you know. Every other piece can't. I can't move the bishop to there or the rook to there because there's something in the road. Okay. I'm going to move G8 to F6. Good question, Baby Stag. Baby Stag says, "Can the queen do it?" She can. She can't jump. She can go in any direction. So this is my queen. I can move her there, there. I can only move 2 places here. Oh no, 1, 2, 3. So she can go diagonally and straight ahead, or left to right, forwards and back. Yeah, that's it. The queen can move everywhere, as long as there's nothing in the road. So that's a big thing. Yeah. Cage Pastor says hop or jump around. Yeah, that's it. So the queen can't hop. It's only the knights that can jump over pieces. So every other piece, it can only go as far as until it hits another piece. So it's your move, Baby Stag. Knights move in 7s. I guess that's the shape it makes, yes. Or you could say L's like Luke, or J's like Johnson. You could say they can move 1 forward and 2 to the side, or 2 forward and 1 to the side in any direction. But I like that way of thinking, because that's how you see it. When you sort of visualize it. So the knight where it is here, I can move here, here, or back to where I came from, or there. So the knight can move lots of places. So my side is showing set up to play versus the game we are playing. Give me a second. I'm gonna leave and come back. It's my turn yet. It's showing as a new game. Okay. It's your turn, baby stag. So if you have to, just reset, come back, and join the stream again. Awesome. Baby stag says I'm back. Weird as hell, but weird happens to me all the time. Yeah, Cage Pastor says reset the stream, love. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and she's back. Baby Stag's back. So it is your turn, Baby Stag. Can G5 take out your pawn? No, it cannot. That's G4. No, you can't do that. This is like we're in the sort of what do you call it? The getting the field set up, and then sometimes this happens in chess where no pieces get taken for a while, and everyone gets their pieces out on the board and moved around, and then suddenly it all starts happening. Other times, some chess matches can be like a little bit slower, and then there's a few pieces get taken bit by bit. So it's we're doing a bit of the get everything out on the board at the moment, I think. So A, B, C, D, E, E2 to E4. There we go. So you could say like this is, we're starting to get the plays, get the pieces out on the board here, and something's going to happen soon. All right, here we go. Wait, can I move B4 to that corner? So if you want, we'll move this back. So B4 can only, that's B4, the pawn can only go forward here. So it's still your move, Baby Stag. You were going to go this one e2 to e4. You can still do that move if you want, but you're asking a question, so I'm happy for you to take another move, or you can be happy if you want to. If you're happy with that move, e2 to e4, we can do that. First move then, yep. e2 to e4. Okay, so I'm going to do h7 to h5. Move the pawn. We're really setting up the board now to, like, there's lots of, it's going to be carnage very soon. There's going to be like pieces getting taken everywhere. Yeah. I guess that's why it's like chess is seen like similar to like a battlefield, where if the people all get into position and then suddenly when the battle starts, yeah, Cage Passer says carnage. Baby Stag says, now can that one on my side in the back snatch your pawn if you were to move and take mine? Which one are you talking about? Because you've actually, if I take this pawn, nothing can take my pawn. And if I take that pawn, nothing can take my pawn. Cage Passer says, "Careful, baby." It is. This is like, you know, it is a difficult spot. This is what happens when you get all the pieces out on the board. Nothing's been taken yet. It's like that first move can, like, that big one in the back, king, queen, because unsure what it is. That's the king, and that's the queen. So the queen, I see what you mean. Yes, yes. If I take your pawn like that, you can take that, right? But then I can take your queen with that because I got my horse here. See, that's what happens. You get the carry-on effect with moves like this. So yes, that's a good point. Is that if I was to take that, you could take that with the queen, but then I'd take it with the horse. But if you take that, I can take it with the pawn or with the rook. Okay. Bishop can go all the way to there, all the way to there. But if there was any pawns getting taken, the bishop wouldn't be able to do anything. Cage Passer says, I've seen a game where they put their king in the corner behind bishops and rooks. Yes, that's it. That's castling. But that's like protecting it, right? You know? Oh no, which one? Which one did I move? I'm sorry. Did I move a piece back? I'm trying to work out. Okay, I can sort of I can go back in time with the video here. Try and work out what I did wrong. Oh, wait. Could be this one. Was this here? I'm just going back in time. Give me a second because I don't want to stuff this up. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, so this was the last one I moved here to there. I'm just going back in time. Yep. I'm going back in time and I'm fixing this up. So, and this was the last move I made was I moved this one to there. I'm confused now. You'll have to give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I'm moving. Okay, so that was that move, there to there. And I think the next move I made was this one. But I've got to be sure. This is just going to take me a minute. Yeah, it was. I moved. Okay, I've just got it back to, I think my last move was this piece to there. But I've just got to be sure. I've got to focus on what's happening because this is how mistakes can happen. Just give me a minute. I don't know how to skip. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm trying. Every time I skip forward and then skip back, I can't actually see me make the move. And now I've got to just wait. And I can't read what the comments are saying because here we go. This was yeah. So I'm just clarifying that this was my last move. All right. So I moved the pawn there. Okay, now. Okay, now I'm going to catch up with the reading. I don't know, you're confusing me. I need to answer about F row, please. You placed it back yet? I'm unsure. F. Okay, just a sec. No, I think I was just moving it like that to show you where it can move. That might have been what I was doing. I think it's G4. It belongs on the other side, dealing with the question I had and have about F row. So G4 belongs on F4. I'm almost positive because it goes with the question I have for moving it. So, okay. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, G4. The pawn can only have gone on from where it's on that row, that column. And then Case Pass says this sounds right. G4 belongs on F4. I'm going through the comments, but I see it. You confused me, baby. Sorry. I don't know if I'm right no more. It's okay. Don't stress. I think I may be wrong. So sorry. It could be row E instead of F. Still learning the board. Give me a second, please, baby. That's all right. It's your go, and it's still your go. So that's something. Actually, I've just worked something out. Maybe I can write down all the moves as they happen on a piece of paper. So if we get something like this, rather than trying to go back in time, because I can do that with the stream, but then it's difficult. It's E. Sorry, I went through the comments and I'm wrong. So sorry. The question I had is and have is row E. So A, B, C, D, E, this one. So yeah, you're in a position where you could take my pawn there, but then my knight's there. I could take your pawn with the knight. We're doing all right though. Like it is, you know. No need. I'm baby, closer attention, promise. That's all right. So it's your move, baby stag. And if you have more questions, like I can see what I can do. But it is it's getting close to a spot where one of us is going to take the other person's piece at any point now, because baby stag says, I ain't ever scared. Snatch it up. Awesome. So it's your move. So you can do that. You can take the first piece. But see, whichever piece you take, I'll take it straight away. So that's what happens when you get all your pieces all set up like this. You could actually put me in check at this point. Oh, cool. There's someone, looks like someone here from Russia. I don't think this is the first time someone from Russia's been here. Awesome. Unfortunately, I can't read Russian, so I don't know what you're saying. But yeah, welcome to the chess match in the chat. So it's your move, baby stag. Baby stag says, run it. So which piece do you want to move? Baby stag says, I don't know how to. Yeah, that's all right. So where you are here, you could either take you could take a piece, but then I'll take a piece, or you could take a piece and I'll take a piece, or you could move any of these other pieces. So Oh, cool. Cage Pastor just did a translation on what the Russian person said. And it says, I'm seeing this for the first time. Hello, everyone. That's nice. Hello to a person from Russia. Welcome. Baby Stag says F2 to F4. So A, B, C, D, E, F, F2, F4. So how do we say your name? Privektik. What does that mean? Welcome. Awesome. Hello. And this person, Cage Pastor, someone's messaged you. If you can translate that as well. So it's now it's my turn. So Baby Stag just moved F2 to F4. Awesome. Baby Stag says, welcome from America, baby from Russia. Awesome. How cool is this? This is the first time we've had someone in the stream from Russia before. Okay, so it's my turn. So where we're at now, it's going to be some. I'm going to move. I'm going to move A, B, C, D, E, F, F6 to G4. F6 to G4. So I just took your pawn. That's where that was. I just took your pawn and I put my knight there, which has made it vulnerable, but it's protected by the pawn. Oh, Serbia. Oh, no, Siberia. Awesome. So our friend from Russia says, Baby Stag, thank you very much. Hello from Siberia, Russia. That's awesome. Siberia. And they're in the summer. So that's awesome. So it's a good time of year in Siberia because it gets very cold there. Lots of trees. There's a lot of trees in Siberia. So Baby Stag, I just moved from here to there, and now it's your turn. I'll give you a bit of a clue. If you take my knight, I'll take your piece with the pawn. So I'm protected. So it's Baby Stag's move. And see, look, it's always good to just keep moving around the board, looking at all the different things. So even if the pawn wasn't there, that knight would be protected by this bishop. So the bishop could take whatever piece gets taken. Oh, awesome. Baby Stag says to our Russian friend, hello, beautiful baby from Monroe, Louisiana. That's awesome. Now, Russians are very good at chess. They've been chess masters for a long time. A Russian friend says, awesome. I said that usually people play on chess.com or Lichess, but this is a real board. That's good. Oh, thank you. It's a bit fun. This is fun, isn't it? It's good, isn't it? Okay, so Baby Stag says e4, e4 over, please. So A, B, C, D, E, 4. So E4 can go to D5. Just let me know if that's what you want, Baby Stag. E4 can take D5 like that. Is that what you want? Oh, our Russian friend says, no, it isn't cold. We are dying because of heat. Oh, that's it. Middle of summer. It's the middle of summer. Summer solstice right now. And it's very lush in Siberia. A lot of trees and a lot of grass and lots of animals. You got like you got bears and you got reindeer and all that. And like wolves, you got wolves and bears and I don't know. I've watched documentaries. There's rail, uh, railways with trains, so you can travel all across Siberia on a train. Yep, Baby Stag says, yep, there you go. Baby Stag says she wants to do that. So that's E4 to D5. So Baby Stag has taken her first piece. Okay. I wonder what the translation or how to pronounce our Russian friend's name is. Our Russian friend says, Indians are very good in chess. Yes, they are. And it's believed that chess originated in India. So that's interesting. Like they created chess thousands of years ago. Cage Pastor says, yet still I'm learning pieces. Baby Stag says, I got trees too, but they ain't outside. Maybe they're trees that have got herb grown on them. because you can do that now in America. So it's my turn. So baby stag just took my pawn. I'm gonna do this one. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, F8 to B4. I'm taking your pawn. There you go, your turn. Oh, so they're in Inner Siberia. Oh, okay, so that's what Inia. So maybe Inia is the name. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it too. Can you do Cage Pastor if you can do the translate and listen to, you know how you can click the sound icon and the person will speak it? Maybe that's their name, Inia. Or Inya. They say, our Russian friend says, bears go everywhere. It's very dangerous. Yes. So you need to, if you travel in the woods in Siberia, you need to have dogs with you and maybe a shotgun or something like that to be safe. There's a YouTube channel. I forget what it's. Oh, Irina. Irina, lovely name. What is this? There's a channel, and I think he's in Siberia. And he lives in the woods with his family. They built a house in the woods. I think it's called Survival Russia, and the person lives in the bush. Can my B1 take your B4? B1, no. B1 can move here or here. It can only move 2 places. Good thinking though. I'll give you a tip. If you move that to there, I can't take that because you'll take it. So that's a good defensive move if that's what you wanted to do. This is lovely having someone here from Siberia. Irina, lovely name. That's it. Irina. I think I said it right then. Irina. So it's still baby stag's move after I took the pawn. Irina says, we go to the forest with loud music. Awesome. You have like a stereo playing. with the music loud, and you have party in the forest. Mm. Does that mean you have a party in the forest, or is that like to scare the bears away? Because the bears would probably be scared of the sound of the music. Baby Stag says, "Can my d5 take your pawn on side?" So d5. No, that's you can't. It, pawns can only take diagonally, but you can move forward if you want. But if you move forward, I could take your pawn with my pawn. So it might be safer just staying there. Or can f4 take it, that same pawn? Yes, f4 can take this pawn. So if you want to do that, that can be your move. f4 to e5. So if you want to do that move, f4 to e5, I can do that. And it will be safe there too. I can't take it. Oh no, I can. If you take the pawn, I can take it with my knight. But it's up to you. That's something whenever you make a move, and this is, I often lose a piece when I do that. Like I'll take a piece and then I realize that, you know, this piece is protecting this piece. 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 This piece, no, this piece is protecting this piece. This piece is protecting this piece. This piece is protecting this piece. So it's all about having a secondary. So if they take one of your pieces, then they, all right. Baby Stag says take it. So f4 to e5. There you go, another pawn. I thought you had more pawns taken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's right. So we're equal. There we go. Unusual position on the board. It is. It's interesting, isn't it? This Irina, this is Baby Stag's first full chess match ever. So she's doing really well. We're having a lot of fun. Cage Pastor says, yeah, we're all learning here. Okay, so Cage Pastor says it was my first match too. So it's my turn. There you go. Arena says, yes, bears run away when they hear loud sounds. Cage Pastor says, so clap. Yeah, that's it. Clap your hands, or that's why carrying a shotgun or something like that, can scare them off. You don't have to shoot at them. You just shoot in the air. Yeah, I wonder whether they have two types of bears in Russia, or they're all the brown bears. Is it they have brown bears and black bears in America? And they're about the same. Oh no, they're different sizes, aren't they? I'm not sure. That's it. Cage Pastor says, yeah, we have black and brown bears here. Baby Stag says, Yes, oh my baby. Having a blast playing with you. Yeah, it's so much fun, isn't it, Baby Stag? This is awesome. Cage Pastor says black bears are small. Okay, so it's still my turn. I should probably this is difficult. If I move here we go. F7 to F6. F7 to F6. Oh, okay, so Baby Stag's already got her next move. If you're still happy with that, we can do that one. So that's C2, C4. Just let me know if that's what you want to do still. Irina says, Cage Pastor, haha, no loudspeaker. That's it. So just confirm, Baby Stag, whether this is your next move still that you said. C2 to C4, because I think you said that before I'd made my move, which is I moved here to there. Oh, D2 to D4. That's all right. Oh yeah, D2, D2. Like Star Wars, R2D2. D2 to D4. No, that's all right. I'm the one who I got that wrong anyway myself. So now it's my turn again. Well, I'm gonna F6 to E5. I'm taking the pawn. F6 to E5. Oh, okay. So the wrong one. No. That's all right. Are you still happy with that one? D2 to D4. Oh, that's C. D2 to D4. Just confirm, was it D2 to D4? Or C? I can't. Either way, it's because this is me, I stuffed this up. So just let me know. So which one do you want me to move, Baby Stag? And then you still have another move, because this is your previous move. Do you want C2 to C4 or D2 to D4? Because I stuffed that up, I'm sorry. Yeah, which one? So we'll go back in time, okay? I took your pawn, right? It's your move. So do you want D2 to D4? C2 to C4 or D2 to D4? I moved the wrong one. So you want this one, D2 to D4. That's what you said. No, you said, no, D2 to D4. That one. So I'll just wait until you confirm D2 to D4. I'm getting carried away, not paying attention. I'll make sure I pay more attention. So that was the one you wanted. And then, was it that one? Baby stag, D2 to D4, just confirming. Yep, perfect. D2 to D4. All right, and now it's my move. And F6 to E5. I'll take your pawn. Now it's your move again, baby stag. We've caught up. We worked it out. Yeah, no worries, baby stag. Anytime, my friend. And so yeah, it's your turn again. See, we're doing, this is a pretty evenly matched game here, because Kona's back. Awesome. Kona says, "You going?" Yeah, we're going good. I hope your conversation went well. So, baby stag, it's your turn. And see, notice how there's 3 pawns I've taken, and baby stag's taken 2. None of our main pieces are taken. So this will all of a sudden become very. Can D4 take your pawn? So A, B, C, B, D4 can take my pawn. If you want to do that, you can do that like that. If so, snatch it. Done. There you go. Look at that. We're even again. 3 on each side. Cage Pastor says, "Get him." Okay, so now it's my turn. See, I'm going to go this one. So it's G4 to E. A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, G4 to E5. I'm taking your pawn. Now it's your turn again, baby stag. Conan says, "I'm probably going to walk to McDonald's, though. I'll be in and out for a bit." Yeah, cheers, mate. Enjoy that, and like you can listen in, and you're welcome to play the next match after this one. That's it. Cage Pastor says, "Sounds good. Be back for the next round." Exactly. Baby Stag says, "Cutthroat. I'm loving it." It is. Hey, Ernest says, "Hey, Stag, chill, bro." She's doing really well though. Hey, for like this is her first, you know. So it's baby stag's move. What's she gonna do? Baby Stags, explain that move, please. You can slide and go back for a pawn. I took it, my horse was there, my knight was there. I'll go backwards. You had your pawn there, but my knight was sitting there the whole time. So when you took my pawn, my automatic reaction was to take your pawn with my knight. Absolutely. So that's the thing about a horse. Horse can go in any direction. So where this horse is here, right? I can go here, 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 here. Very versatile. The horse is very versatile. I can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places. Never. Baby Stag's responding to Conan saying to chill. She's like, never. Baby Stag says with the smiley faces and the laughing. I told you I was competitive. It's pretty close, 4 pawns to 3 pawns. Conan says, add a B. Conan says, just a test, you pass. That's it. So it's Baby Stag's move still. Baby Stag says, can my F4 take your pawn? So you have you don't have anything in F4. A, B, C, D, E, F. Baby Stag's laughing. Yeah, no. So yeah. Conan says, do you think people on the highway will think I'm a nerd walking down the road with my phone out? That's funny. I've seen people do that, and I do that too nowadays when I'm video chatting with my friend when we go for walks together. She goes for walks where she lives, and I go for a walk where I am. It's fun. We haven't done it for a little while. We'll have to get back to that sometime soon. But that's a funny one, Conan. I think you'll be able to say if someone says anything to you, You can say, I'm watching my friends play a game of chess on the internet with a real chessboard. Irina says it's very harmful meal in McDonald's. Yeah, that is true. But, sometimes it's comfort food. But yeah, it's in moderation, just every so often. Baby Steak says, H4, so sorry, baby. No, that's all right. We'll see what we can do with that. Baby Steak says, yeah, we need a timer. That's cool. We could do that. I used to have a chess timer and it broke. Maybe I could get an app and have it running on my phone or something. And Conan says back to Irina, I know it's no good for me with the crying face, but the options are slim. Is slim. That's true. Sometimes it's the only shop that's open that you can get food. Conan says, "Will do." That's it. You can tell them you're watching a chess match. Baby Steak says, "Who cares, baby? Stay with us and running it." So it was H4. H4 can't do anything. H4 is stuck where it is. It can't move anywhere because I'm blocking it with my pawn. It can't move forward. And if I move my pawn forward, you'd be able to take it. Irina says, Conan, cook chicken soup. And then Conan says, I will not commit cannibalism with the smiley laughing face. He's like saying, you're not a chicken. Come on. That's funny. Starbright's here. Awesome to see you, Starbright. Starbright says, summer solstice here in Canada. I stopped by to say hello. P.S. I've never played chess in my life. It's been backgammon I've played. Just give me a minute. I've got my headphones not connecting. Awesome to see you here, Starbright. So yes, you're welcome to play a game of a chess match with us sometime soon. If not tonight, some other time. But yeah, backgammon's a good game, and I don't know it too well, so maybe you can teach me how to play that. So Alex is here as well. Awesome. How you going, Alex? Awesome to see you here. So, where am I? Conan says, "Oh, that's cool. Didn't know about that." Yeah, it is summer solstice today, and I'm in the southern hemisphere, so this is winter solstice. So we got the shortest day of the year, and in Canada and northern hemisphere, it's the longest day of the year. Where am I? I'll catch up with the chat. Okay. But yeah, Starbright says hi, everyone. Hello back to you, Starbright. Awesome to see you here. Conan says hello. Baby Stag says, okay, give me a second to read the board, please. Yeah, take your time, Baby Stag. Yeah, Alex is here. Alex says, hey, with the waving hand saying, hey. Baby Stag says, pawns can only move forwards. Yes, unless they're taking a piece. So if unless they're taking and they can only move diagonally then. And Alex says, oh, how's everyone been? How you been, man? Awesome, Alex. I was thinking about you the other day. I was like, oh, because you join the chats a lot, and then I haven't been regular that lately with different times. And I was thinking, I wonder how Alex is doing. So I hope you're doing good, mate. And middle of summer there where you are. So I hope you're getting lots of fresh air and going for walks and things like that. Cage Pastor says a pegboard for backgammon. Yeah, that's it. I think you have like the special board with like zigzags on it. Well, that's it. Starbright says planet Earth, where you are, Luke. Exactly. It's a good place to be, planet Earth. Baby Stag says, can B2 take whatever that's on your piece? But B2, no, there's nothing in B2. Says, can my B2 take your B4? No, it can't. So B2 can move here or here or here. So then just remember it like this. The knight can move like an L shape or a J or a 7. So it can go 2 one way, 1 the other way, or 1, it can go this way or that way. So it can go here, here, here. Yeah, that's it. B1, not B2. Yeah, that's it. That's all right. I worked it out. Arena says, Conan, I don't advise that you cook people only chicken soup. Don't you eat soup? Conan says, I'm a fraud. I don't actually like soup that much. This is fun. We're having fun in the chat tonight. Baby Stag says, can my B2 take your B4? That's right. And you meant no, B1, not B2. No, yeah, no, it can't. Alex says, yeah, I've been doing good. Oh, sorry, I've been going through something, but I'm starting to do better. Yeah, that's awesome. That's good that you're doing better now. And it is tough like that, going through difficult times. And I've had a few triggers lately, but not like yesterday. I got a bit upset, but then it got better, and I've been having a lot of vivid dreams that have, been sort of upsetting, but then able to deal with them a bit better now. So things are going pretty good. Look, I've got to take a toilet break, so just give me a minute. I'll be back. was thinking it's probably good to just wait till you get here physically before we do any of that. It's up to you. Mm. Yep. All right, I'm back. Yeah. I'll catch up on the chat. All right, Baby Stag says, can my B2 take your B? Oh no, wait, I read that one. Cage Pastor says, Arena, a modest proposal for preventing the children of poor people from being a burden to their parents or country and making them beneficial to the public. Oh, okay. I didn't know what that meant. Beats are better than babies. Is that an old saying or something? But I'm missing the chat here, but Borsch is talking about, yeah, here we go. Oh no. Conan says drive-through was closed. Oh, is there anything else open this time of night? There's got to be something. It's getting late night now. Maybe there's still somewhere that will do delivery or something. But Baby Stag says, move H1, please. Where would you like H1 moved? Have a think about it. I'll keep reading. I'll keep catching up with the chat. But yeah, Arena says, Conan, try our Russian soup, for example, borscht, which is like made from beetroots, isn't it? Is borscht beetroot soup? Conan says, or was the only thing open? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Is there like a 7-Eleven or something you could get something something to eat? It's unfortunate when everything shuts late at night. Alex says, yeah, it was a severe trigger. It lasted about a month. I isolated during that time. But it's really good to hear that you're through that though now, Alex. I'm sorry that you went through that. It is a big trigger that lasts for a month. That's a big one, you know. And it's really tough, isn't it? Like you have all the physical feelings from it, and then all the mental anguish, and it seems like it's just not gonna get better, and then slowly it gets better. But I'm glad that you did that. Isolating can help, just slowing down, you know. Conan says, I don't know if I can find that where I live. Conan says, I've been isolating a while now, so sorry. Also, sorry to hear, Alex. Baby Stag says, okay, got you. Does anyone else know if I can move my A4 one piece on the back tile, or is that a no play? No, A1, you can. You can move H1 here, and you can move two spaces there, and the A1 you can move 2 spaces. So you absolutely can. Baby Stag. Alex says it's okay, Conan. Thanks for saying something. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's a big thing here. Is we all, you know, we're very considerate and caring towards each other, and you know, things get tough, and you know, We're not alone here. So if people just want to speak at any time and chat, post something in the comments or on the post page. I've got my I've got an email address on my profile that you can send me an email if you ever want to chat, anyone. I appreciate being able to do this and connecting with you all, and it helps a lot. So if anyone ever needs to reach out and have a chat sometime, just I'm here. We can chat over email, or we can line up a Google Meet call. We can chat via there. So kind of says sometimes I wish I didn't. Yeah, that's a good point too, is that sometimes you need to isolate, and other times, you know, afterwards you go, I wish I just got out and did some stuff, but it's not always easy enough to do that. So it's difficult. It's a difficult question, that one. I know that sometimes when I get back moving again, I wish I was able to get back moving faster, but you know, it's not always possible, you know. Cage Pastor says beats are better than babies. So that must be an old saying. Starbright says, I haven't been in isolation, but yes, I can shut down in different ways. Yeah, that is a good point, is that you can still be around people and be doing things, but still shut down in other ways. It can affect your momentum. You know, it can be like whether you're working on different projects or doing things around the house. So it's not easy, hey. But we're working through all this stuff. We're getting stronger. Everyone here is getting stronger. We're working on healing. That's the main thing. Alex says, yeah, Conan, are you in the US? Because Alex continues, Wawa is open late. Conan says, I live in the valley. Not much out here. It all closes around 10 till be okay. So is that in the valley in Los Angeles or in, I'm guessing that's, Cage Pastor says Wawa is in Northeast gas station store, USA. Alex says, yeah, it was my worst one. When I have to move without notice. I was a homeless kid. That was my main trauma. Yeah, look, that's heavy, Alex. That's a major trauma. Having to drop everything and that happening when you're a kid. And so having things remind you of that would just be a big trigger. And even if everything's safe and stable now, it can be very painful just going back through that, recalling that period of time, because that was a long period of time by the sound of it, and not being stable and not being safe and going through the pain of change and all that. So I'm really sorry to hear about that happen. Cage Pastor says, hi, Alex. How are you now? Alex says, I'm here in Florida and I just went to Wawa. Starbright's got the heart. Cage Pastor says, I've been homeless twice. I simply want to know you're good. Conan says, I know, with the hug. Arena says, I don't like soup too, but we need to eat it. It's useful for stomach. Yeah, Arena, soup is my favorite meal. It's my favorite dish. I love soup. And I haven't made soup for a while, so maybe I'm going to make soup this afternoon. I'll make a simple cabbage soup. There you go. Cabbage soup with lentils and onion and garlic and carrot. Cage Pastor says, fair, Alex, heard. Yeah, it's really tough stuff that he's gone through. That's it. Arena says, yeah, beetroot is the main ingredient in borscht. I'm catching up, Baby Stag. I've just got to catch up with the comments. And it's still your move, by the way. Baby Stag says, oh yeah, no, Alex says, Cage Pastor. I'm coming out of the dissociation. It's much better now. I lost my progress on a lot of my recovery though. Well, I hope that Alex, I hope that you get back to it. You know, that's a difficult thing when things slow down and you lose time, and just getting back to it again is a big thing. So, Baby Stag says, can you snatch it if I don't move H1 2 spaces? Just asking if I know from here on out moving it either way. So H1, I can't take it from, if you move one space, right, I can take that with my knight. So if you move 2 spaces, it's completely safe. Nothing can take it. So if you move it 1 space, I'll take it with my knight. But if you move it 2 spaces, I can't take it. This one's different. If you move it 2 spaces, I can take it with my bishop. If you move it 1 space, I can't take it with anything. I hope that answered that, and I'll keep catching up with the chat. So Conan says, shadow of. There you go. So it's the shadow of maybe LA. When I said that, are you in LA, in the Valley? So Conan says, JK, Ontario. So you're in Canada. Awesome. We got someone else new here, Frankie Castles. I'm not sure if I remember you from being here or not, but in the past, but welcome here anyway. So, but yeah, welcome. And Frankie says, it looks like you're in check by the bishop. Oh yeah, you are. You're in check by the bishop. If you take care of that first. Good call. Actually, you have to do something about that, Baby Stag. Yeah, thank you for spotting that. I didn't even notice that. So thank you for spotting that, Frankie. Cage Pastor says, we're hanging in there together. We're hanging in here together. Yeah, that's it. Baby Stag says, Cage, what? Explain that comment. Beats are better than babies? Yeah, I can't understand it either. Maybe it's like a... Oh yeah, I'll go through. Maybe she explains it later up as I get through the comments. Cage Pastor says, I love this channel. Cage Pastor says, baby, a modest proposal was a satire. So is that from a... That's a line from a play or a book. Baby Stag says, I'm waiting. Basic Glitch says, oh, Basic Glitch is here. Awesome. Good to see you here, Basic Glitch. I'm playing Baby Stag right now, and it's a pretty evenly matched. It's 3 pawns to 4 pawns. So Conan says, speaking of triggers, oh no, Basic Glitch says, hi to everyone. Wish you all luck. Thank you, Basic Glitch. And Basic Glitch won the first chess match that we played. She did work really well. Conan says, speaking of triggers, I wonder what baby stag means by that. I think it's the baby comment, but I'll get to it. Explain what you're saying. Cage Pastor says, yeah, the rich that had the ability to read and write printed a book mocking the poor, said that it would be better to eat starving children than to be hungry yourself. There you go. So that's a pretty nasty thing for him to say, isn't it? Cage Pastor says, it's how I feel, love. I disagree wholeheartedly. It's not how I feel, love. I get it. So that's it. Yeah, it was a saying that rich people used to say. I'm almost caught up with the comments. Conan says clearly they do it no matter what. Yeah, well, that's you could argue that we live in a world where there's some nasty people out there. Cage Pastor says scary. Baby Stag says it can move 2 spaces out of the gate, right? H1 to H4. Yes, it can no from H1 to H3 because you got a pawn there. But what we realised, Frankie pointed out, my bishop's here, and your king's in check. So you're in check at the moment. You have to do something to get out of check. So there's several things you can do. You can move you can't move there because the knight's there. You can move there. You can only move the king there, or you can move a pawn into that place, or you can move a knight into that place, or you can sacrifice your queen. Potentially, it wouldn't be sacrificing because if you moved, I couldn't take your queen because you could take my bishop, but I would have your queen. So you've got to get your king out of check, Baby Stag. Conan says Jim Carrey's story makes a lot of sense. Well, he says a lot. He says a lot of things, and he's been saying a lot of interesting things. He's enlightened by what he's been through in Hollywood. Cage Pastor says, thanks, we're all learning. Cage Pastor says, essay by John Swift. Okay, so that's where it comes from. It comes from an essay by John Swift. Baby Stag says, explain the check again, please, by knight. Okay, so you're in check with my bishop. You can't. My knight's. I got one knight here, and you could take my knight with your queen, but if you did, I would take your queen with that pawn. But you can't move. You can't. You have to get out of check. So you either have to move your king there, or move the queen there, move the pawn there, move the bishop there, or move the knight there. You have lots of different ways to get out of check right now. So have a think about what you want to do. I'll catch up on the chat. Basic Glitch says, this is exciting. This is so exciting. Awesome. It is fun. Irina says, Conan, what did you buy at McDonald's? And Conan says, oh, I couldn't go. It was closed. And then Cage Pastor says, yes, pawns can move 2 spaces out of the gate. You got it. And then Arena says, Conan, that's a pity. Baby Stag says, Conan, make sure you you want to play with me when you pick you Caged. Yeah, that's it. We can take your pick when whoever wins out of this one. Conan's got the I think that I don't know if that's a happy or an angry or a sad face. But yeah, I think Conan's upset because he couldn't get any food, which is totally understandable. And then Arena says, Conan, fry eggs then. That's a good idea if you've got some eggs at home. It's like my favorite meal to cook is like eggs with some, either just on their own or with vegetables. Cage Pastor says, Conan, you could have set a crock pot or something. That'd be nice. So Conan says, so now that I'm here, what's next? We're well, after this match, we'll see who plays who. So if Baby Stag wins and she wants to continue, she can play whoever. And then here we go. Baby Stag's got to move. And so I'll just quickly catch up with the chat and then yeah, that's it. Cage Pastor says to Conan, we want you to eat. Yes, we do. That's definitely, I hope you do get to eat some food, Conan. Frankie says, out of all those move recommendations, you should probably look at ones that have equal exchanges. Exactly. That's a good point, Frankie. So whichever way, equal exchange. So if I take one of yours, you then can take one of mine back. And then Baby Steak says, can we take your knight? No, because you're in check. You have to get out of check. Sometimes you can take a piece to get out of check, but in this case, you can't. You have to protect your king. Conan says, we have it all. No, pleased. Not pleased. Cage Pastor says, deal. I like that without context. Baby Stag says, move C2 pawn, please, to cover my king. Yep, so C1 to C2. There you go. Conan says, you don't know what this feels like, frankly. Yeah, well, that is, if it's unfortunate. And I know what it's like, though, not having much food in the cupboard. But, if you've got something in there, like a tin of beans or something, hopefully there's some food. So it's my move, but I'll quickly finish catching up with the chat. Arena says, Cage Pasta, we're going to make shashlik today. I don't know what that is, but it sounds nice. Conan says, unfortunate. Yeah. I hope you get to make some food, Conan. We all want you to eat some food. And if you get home and you can go through the cupboards, and even if you find something, maybe we can help get like a recipe together. Because, sometimes you can just make something really tasty out of just a few items. Look, even if you've just got rice and tomatoes, ketchup or something, I often eat rice with a little bit of soy sauce on top. That's it. So here we go. Hopefully I'm catching up. I'm catching up, Baby Stag. Sorry for the delay. Cage Pastor says, what you have going on, Conan, I promise you, let us know what we can do to help. Well, it's unfortunate. There's no shops open to get food. So, Baby Stag says, baby, your chat running slow, baby. Yeah, that's probably my fault too, Baby Stag, because I've been here cutting away. It's my turn. So I've caught up with the chat. You've got now to check, right? If I take your pawn, you can take it straight away with the knight. So I'm going to do a defensive move right now. I can either do a defensive move or I can do an attacking move, and I can put you in check again if that's possible. And it is. And so I can do that with one simple move. There you go. You're in check. I move the queen from A, B, C, D8 to E7. I move the queen out into the play, and she's put you in check. So, Baby Stag, you've got to get out of check again. And that's prevented you from taking my bishop because I've put you in check. Conan says, I think we all know this isn't about food. Yeah, I understand. It's other things. Okay, now I understand more. I'm sorry to hear that you have these additional stresses going on there, Conan. Basic Glitch says, it's early in the morning here, so I'm sleepy. So when I hear get out of the check, I confuse it for check and completely agree. Food problem, huh? What house gives you meal? They're not bad. Conan says, which house is that? But that but that's funny because I keep saying Czech and Basic Glitches from Czechia. And so Baby Stag says, you good, baby Luke. Yeah, thank you. That was a good move. So you're in check. You can get out of check a few ways. And so Cage Pastor says skewers, yum. I wish you could have a bite. Arena. Basic Glitch says that skewers are good, especially cooked on an open flame. Basic Glitch says, oh, sorry to hear that. Conan says, I think people enjoy this too much for my taste. I hope, no, but seriously, man, I hope it'd be good if things work out. Cage Buster says, what did you say that? Baby Stag says, move my queen sideways, please. She can't. Oh, she can go diagonal like that. That gets you out of check. Irina says, Shashik, how to explain? It's almost the same as barbecue. Conan says, I just feel the energy, you know. I've been Conan says, I've been condemned in the eyes of the public with good reason. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Basic Glitch says, or it might be your anxiety when people are a bit triggered. With the demon whispers. Yeah, look, people are horrible out in public, make things difficult for a lot of us. You know, Conan says, I've accepted it, just trying to find peace, some peace if possible. Yeah, look, I'm really sorry that you're going through that, mate. People can just be horrible, you know. Baby Stag says, but yeah, finding peace, Conan, is a big thing, you know. And Baby Stag says, in front of my king, unless it's like checkers, then don't. No, but that's protecting. That's getting you out of check. So you're in check right now. The only place you can go is here with your king. You could move your king here. Oh, it's the magnetic chessboard. So your king's in check right now. You have several options. Okay, you can put your bishop there. You can put your knight there. You can put your queen there, or you can move your king there to get out of check. So you got several options. We'll see what you might want to do. Cage Pastor says, I know you don't have to disclose, but it couldn't be worse than the powers that be. I've done my share. Kona says, I've done my share, so it goes around and comes around, eh? I can't translate that, unfortunately. I think Cage Pastor just translated what she said in Russian, so that it's what that. But yeah, look, Conan, you're brave to say that stuff, to acknowledge that you've been through difficult times now, and that look, everyone has stuff that they regret in their life, and sometimes people hurt people and they don't mean to. People make mistakes, and you're sort of facing that now by the sound of it, and in time things will get better. That's I think there's facing that, and understanding what you have to go through, and it will get better. It just, things take time. And there is that pain involved in that meantime, but staying strong is a big thing. And finding peace, finding peace is a big thing. So yeah, Baby Stag says, that's wasn't what I thought or meant. Yeah, leave it to me, baby. Leave it for me, baby. Yeah, so Baby Stag's going to work out what she wants to do, because you have many options with what you can do, but you've got to get yourself out of check. Basic Glitch says, yes, people can be horrible. You're going to make it through that. Just don't give up. That's beautiful, Basic Glitch. And yeah, that's good, strengthening words. Conan says, was a time in my life I was decent, but I've never been good, and that's just the truth. I behave though, and I'm respectful enough when I encounter strangers. Conan continues, it's funny how it happens. Butterfly effect is a hell of a thing. Yeah, it is. But just you're being honest about stuff, and it's you are a good person. Just maybe you've made some mistakes in your life, but you're honest enough to talk about it, and that's a big thing. There's a lot of people out there that just they don't acknowledge that stuff. But you are a decent person. You just everyone deserves chances in life. So Conan says, oh no, Basic Glitch says, Almighty Luke, speak the truth. Oh, thank you, Basic Glitch. Conan says, I wish my family didn't have to deal with me. That's all. Well, I mean, they do. That sounds like they love you, and just we appreciate you being here. Cage Pastor says, sometimes hurt people that mean to do no harm. You can catch all their failures. You are not a catch-all for their failures. That's it. Yeah. So make sure you don't take on other people's stuff just because you've been going through stuff. That's a good point. Baby Stag says, you can leave it the way you put it, baby. I do still have the same question though. If I move to cover my king, would it be like checkers? Can you take it twice and take them both? Oh, okay, so well, that's sort of how you get checkmate. So if I put you, if you get out a check, no. Okay, so that means, okay, look, for instance, if you put your queen there and I took your queen, then you would just take my queen. So and that's sort of like what Frankie was saying earlier, like it should be an exchange thing. If you're gonna, you either want to move out a check without anything happening, or if you do, you want to make it so that you get the best outcome. Basic Glitch says, can you find a job or other stuff? You're not completely effed if you can do basic stuff. I'm holding fingers for you. Yeah, we're all holding fingers or crossing fingers for Conan. You're going to get there. Things are going to get better. Conan says, was a time I wanted to do harm. Rage is a fickle thing. Grips us and doesn't let go. Yeah, that is a good point. Anger and rage is such a difficult thing. It is. Being reserved is a very powerful thing to be able to do. Cage Pastor says, what wrong did you go so far on that earns you so much disrespect? Don't answer if you like, but you are more than you were. Take heart. Yeah, that's a good point. You are now someone different to who you were in the past, and that's what we can all reflect on for ourselves as well. We can all make ourselves better through time. Basic Irina says something, but I can't translate while I'm playing this. Basic says, Cage Pastor, exactly. And sometimes people just project on you. Yeah, that's it. That's what I find. There's a lot of thing about collective hate that it's misguided, and a lot of times people who are projecting hate are the ones that themselves perpetrating misery in the world, and they're doing that as a way to distract from it. Cage Pastor says, all right, that's it. I'll get. So, Conan says, I'll catch up with the chat, but I think Baby Stag's got to move. Conan says, gee, where do I start? With the thinking emoji. Always been selfish and impulsive. I let a person get in my head a long time ago. Felt good at first, ended up being my downfall in the end. Look, that is difficult, but you know, you're only human, mate. Like that's something that's very common for people to get, and it's like being fixated on something, and you know, it sounds like you're not the person that you were, and so things have got to be getting better. Cage Pastor says, got you, Arena. Who could have gotten into your head? Someone you were trained to trust? Break free. Conan says, well, it's complicated, Pastor. Is the devouring mother concept, but this is just some woman. I don't know her personally. Baby Steak says, wrong one, baby. Asking about putting my queen in front of my king, baby. Okay. So you can put your queen in front of your king. And if I take your queen, then you'll just take my queen. So that's a very valid. If you want to make that your move to get our check, that's a good one. So have a think about that one, Baby Stag. Conan says you can reprogram your subconscious. Others can also program it for you if you let them. That's a really good point. You know, people do that. They mind control us. They manipulate us and they coerce us into you know, creating self-doubt and you know, it's horrible what people can do, and it's putting up a barrier for that is really strong, takes strong will. But you're absolutely right, we can reprogram our own subconscious, and that's how we heal in a lot of ways. So we can reframe things, we can, you know, that's how we can get away from bad habits and changing the way we are, you know, is by reprogramming ourselves. Cage Pastor says you're much, oh yeah. Cage Pastor says you're much more than that constraint. Yep, that is a good point. Arena says Cage Pastor, thanks. Basic Glitch says I had actually similar experience, and when someone stabs you in the back in really good way, you can't just really do anything about your personality. That's a good point. And yeah, you have been through difficult times with that sort of stuff, Glitch. Kona says it's desires and needs, and if we don't get what we need in one place, we find it elsewhere. All right, I'm gonna have to catch up with the match. So, Baby Glitch, is that what you wanted to do for getting out a check? If so, here we go. Read it slower, sweetheart. You're doing it wrong again, sweetheart. Okay, sorry. So you're in. Okay, I've got to go back. Asking about putting my queen in front of my king. Yeah, you can. You're putting your queen in front of the king, and that gets you out of check. If you want to do that, that'll get you out of check. I hope that answers that. I think that's what you meant. Basically, she says, yeah, anything at a time. It's okay. It's okay for you to accept your mistakes, but don't accept other people's bull. That's way to hell. This is a sinister programming, not involving you guys. I don't think it's actually quite depraving. But look, I understand. This is well, it's difficult because we live in a world where people do this stuff. They manipulate and coerce and make us feel bad for being ourselves, you know. So Irina says, "Oh, it's a psychological chat." Yeah, it is. You're welcome to join anytime too, Irina. Like we do talk deep in these topics of trauma and how to like heal and how to deal with the past. And so we get into this stuff. It's a big part of healing. Basically, she says you can't just isolate, mate. That's the biggest bull on earth, and we are here. Yeah, that's the you're here with us, Conan. So just remember, like we're all supporting each other here. So I appreciate the support. So, Baby Stag, do you know what you want to do for getting out of check? I think that's what I said. Yes, you can put the queen in front of the king. Oops. And so let me know. Let me know what you want to do, Baby Stag, because you're in check, and I can go through the options you have. You're in check, so you can either put the queen in front of the king, you can put the bishop in front of the king, you can put the bishop in front of the king, you can put the knight in front of the king. They're your options. The other option is you can move your king there. So Baby Stag says you said that was the queen, baby, not the king. Do it the other way, then is what I'm asking you. You said that's yours and mine. We're both queens. I'm confused. No, this is the king. This is the king here, and that's the queen. I was saying you can move the queen in front of the king to get out of check. So, sorry if you were confused by that. But yeah, this is the king, and that's the queen. So the queen's got the round, and then the king's got the cross there, but it might be a little bit more difficult to see. Hedge Pastor says, needs food, shelter, water, air. It's absurd to think that developed countries exist when the lowest level of Maslow is unsatisfied. No wonder people are restless. Conan says, that's exactly the funniest. Those files were made pre everything. It's so bizarre. Conan says, I was almost stolen from my mother by a cab driver. Lady, when I was very little. I still remember it. I'm so sorry, Conan. That's really horrible. And you're right, those horrible monsters of human beings, I can't even call them humans. They've been around forever, haven't they? But we've got to do a lot more to protect people in this world. Conan says, yes, set up with the snake. Conan continues, unfortunately, I didn't know if she was actually stealing me, but yeah, probably. She just drove off with me in the car without getting a destination or anything. My mum had to run after the car. Oh, that's really traumatic. That would just be something very difficult to not think about and have the after effect from it. Cage Pastor says that's really extra. You shouldn't have been subjected to that. Conan says driver wasn't stopping. I started crying. Eventually she slowed down. My mum lost it on her. Lady apologized. That was that. That was so close. You're so lucky that you survived that. Basically, she says, yeah, he wants to lose the queen on purpose. There are a few quick options. That's exactly it. So, okay, king in front of the queen. There you go. Out of checkmate. Defensive move. I'm moving bishop from b4 to a5. I'll mention it. I'll catch up to the chat. Conan says, yeah, you shouldn't have been subjected to that either. Yeah, exactly, Conan. It's I still have flashbacks and trauma triggers from that all the time. And here's the thing, Conan, it's not really understood and talked about much that women can be monsters like that. People presume it's men, but it's not. It's both sexes do it. It's horrible. So, Cage Pastor says, thank God. I'm so glad you're abducted. You were close to calamity. Basically says, oh, Conan, you really should not go through that. Conan says, it's only a matter of time before I go missing, honestly. Oh, no, mate. You're with us. We care about you. We're going to get you through this. All right? And a big thing about that is just knowing that things will get better. You're not alone. You're not alone. And so please reach out. We'll get in contact. We'll organize a call so we can chat privately through the Google Meet. Conan says it doesn't really bother me much. It's just odd thinking back now. Almost never think about it. It's good that it's gotten better like that. Cage Pastor says, I completely refuse, Conan. Don't feel alone. Where are you? You can reach out to us privately. Yes, please do that. Kona says thank you. So go to my, after the stream, go to my profile page, and I've got an email address there, and you can email me, and we'll line up a conversation. We can chat. We'll just keep a conversation going, mate. Cage Pastor says, please do, okay. Kona says, okay, where would I reach out to? Yes, so email address is on my profile for, on my YouTube profile. And so you can email me there. Basic Glitch says, they're awesome people. Do reach out, please. Don't just don't drown. Yes. Cage Pastor says, reach out on Luke's email. We're with you. Kona says, trying not to with the heart, just keep swimming. That's it. Keep swimming. Just treading waters. It's difficult when you can't see land and you're out in the ocean, but just keep treading water. You just keep doing it. And then eventually you find your way, or a rescue boat will come and pick you up, or you can make your way back to land yourself. But just, you got to keep treading water. That's what it's all about. Cage Pastor says, it's on the description of the channel. Yeah. It's not really you guys I'm worried about. It's other forces at play. Well, that's scary too, mate. And I've dealt with that myself, and it has been ongoing. So I went to the police about one of the things that happened to me, and then I got threatened quite seriously. And then I removed my complaint for the police investigation because they scared me. So this is the evil people in the world that we live in, and it is scary. I don't fear for my life anymore, but I did for a period of time. And these people that threatened me also basically made my life very difficult in where I live, and to the point where I didn't go out in public much at all. It's really horrible what these people do, and this is how they get away with it, is they threaten people. And I'm really sorry to hear that something similar to that has happened to you. Cage Pastor says, we're worried about the other forces at play. Yeah, just stay strong, mate. Just Kona says, you should see how people treat me where I live. I'm dead in this town. I'm really sorry to hear that. Stay strong, Conan. You can get by even though people treat you like that. I can attest to that myself. I've started to get back out in public and all that. So Baby Stag's got to move. Can you? Okay, so actually, it's my move, isn't it? I know. I moved the bishop to there. So Baby Stag says C1. The rook. Yep. That's the bishop. So C1. You can move that to there. That's about all you can do with the bishop there. Baby Stag. That's your rook there, the castle. That's another name for. So Conan says it's so subtle. That's the thing. Targeted harassment is done in a very subtle way, and it's done to just destabilize and to it's really, victims are victimized, and that if someone who's abused in the church, all the people in the congregation do the same thing, or the church organization itself does the same thing. They victimize the victim. And that's the whole thing about scapegoats. It's easier for them to make it hard for you to live your life just normally. And by them putting pressure on you, for them to acknowledge the evil that they've done. I'm really sorry that you're having to live through this, but you're strong, mate. Just keep pushing. Irena says, so I'm back. My sister and I have just brought new telephone for our dad. Oh, that's nice. So you got to set up the telephone for him. Conan says, so many eyes on me. Yeah, that's difficult. So Baby Stag, it's your move still. This is a really close game, by the way, Baby Stag. You're doing really well. This is your Baby Stag's first match playing chess. She's doing so well. So move bishop for me, please. Thanks. Okay. So you want to move this bishop or this bishop? C1. So C1 can move. Where do you want the bishop moved? So C1 to B2 or to A3? Arena says, Conan, move to another town or welcome to Siberia. Yeah, you could do something like that. That would be, Siberia would be a nice place to live. And I thought about doing that stuff myself, moving somewhere. It is a way to get away from it. Just staying strong is a big thing. And, it's not easy, but Conan says, yeah, I tried that, but we know how that turned out. So it didn't turn out well and you had to move back. Basically, she says similar to that too. It's horrible. Sometimes it's easier for them if the person is broken because their own paranoia is at play. But sometimes it makes me very angry that these people exist. That's a really good point. That's what they do. They threaten you and they use subtle intimidation tactics to try and push you into paranoia. And so this is what happens when you receive targeted harassment. And there's lots of different ways they do it. And they do it in a way where they can't really get in trouble. So if you start to document what they're doing, you're escalating it and they will actually increase what they do. So, it could just be that it's the harassment's very low level, but they know, like, if you push back against it, they will increase. So it's difficult. So it's really hard to but you can get through this. It's just it's the saddest thing is that it's they just don't want to acknowledge bad things have happened, and so they're willing to partake and actually make themselves complicit, and by doing nothing about it, and then they become implicated in it by actually being active. So it shows them as being even worse as a collective. And that's the thing about the scapegoat. They scapegoat people because they can't acknowledge bad things happening. This is what happens in the world. Justice is very seldom achieved in this world. But just knowing that can give you strength, that you just got to stay strong and find joy somehow, find peace, like you say. And that could just be, it can be isolating from other people. That's a really good point. Basically, and Irina says, Conan, what has happened? Conan says, I feel I'll end up in a hostel if I don't stop. My family warned me about this. Conan continues, multiple times they tried, even in subtle ways, only I would notice and pick up on. All the way absurd's here. Good to see you all the way. All the way says, hey loves. Basic Glitch says, churches and organizations do that exactly. Cage Pastor says, oof, that's the problem. Cage Pastor says, hi, absurd. With a smiley face. Conan says, here we go. Sorry, Baby Stag, I was just taking too long reading the comments. C1, yep, A3. There we go. Now it's my turn. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what I can do here. Check. I'll put the queen, put you in check. So I might have to skip through a few comments to just catch up. Conan says, I ain't going anywhere, but that's kind of problem also. It's not meant to be disrupted. That's the secret. Exactly. Conan says, unfortunate necessarily evils so that people can live with their illusions comfortably. That's exactly it. You got it exact. This is the world we live in. It's horrible that this is the way things are. We got to work out, we got to make it better. We got to hold these people to account somehow, you know, even just by just refusing to let them. I mean, even if we can't do anything about particular things, we have to let them know that they're actually more guilty by doing what they're doing. So they have to live with their own conscience. Cage Pastor says, you got to move, Conan. In my own opinion, you'll survive and free move better than that trap. Take my advice if you like and leave it otherwise. That's a Cage Pastor did that herself. She escaped a horrible situation herself, and it's still ongoing. So it's a big thing you have to do. Drop everything and move. It's a big thing. Basic Glitch says, Luke definitely knows, oh my God, Cohen, this is really terrible, but please don't react. That's exactly what they want. They might get you, they might get louder though. Try document stuff. Yeah, if you do document, don't make it too obvious, but it is good to protect yourself because then you can actually make a case. It's hard to trust anyone, but yet she's absolutely right that, you know, they want to see you react and be in pain, and then they will. But if you don't show anything, just go about your life, and you know you can. Don't stop being friendly. That's what I do. If someone says something to me, I don't acknowledge. I just don't give them any attention. That's one thing I do. If they say horrible things to me to try and make me feel bad or to try and put me in a bad space, I just don't acknowledge it. That's one thing that it doesn't stop the pain. It doesn't stop the hurt. They still get off on knowing that they're hurting you, and it still hurts. But if you react to it, then they will increase because they know it's hurting. The problem is, and I've heard people say this, that they say, oh, he's not reacting. And so, you know, they think that they're winning, but they're actually not. All they're doing is diminishing themselves. They're becoming more and more evil by doing that. And so they're, in a sense, they're torturing you, or they're torturing me. They're torturing the victims. So all they're doing is diminishing themselves and going deeper into becoming lesser. And if it's a group that's doing this, it's showing that the group themselves are even worse. But there are good people. I'm just catching up with because it's taken me a while to catch up. Here we go. Baby Stag says, "Can't my king take your queen? If so, snatch it." Sorry, Baby Stag. If you take the queen, then you're in check with my knight. So your only option here is to move there, or there. You can move here. There's two places you can move. That's all you can do, unfortunately. So you're here. The only thing you can do in this situation is move to C2 or D3. That's your only options, Baby Stag. C2 or D3. Oh, sorry to hear that, Conan. Conan says, well, my family has been targeted heavily. It's all falling apart. That's horrible when they do that. They extend it. Basically, she says, move is the fastest and kind of cool options if you can. Conan says, my brother has a court case right now. It's not good. Conan says, I might live with my uncle or dad, but I don't know. Nowhere to go, you know. Keep working it out though, Conan. It's difficult, but it's working out what your options are is what you can keep doing right now. Cage Pastor says, families can leverage you with loyalty. If you're afraid of dying, they have gone 20 steps so far. That's difficult. Basically, she says, oh yes, I know the feeling, and yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say, Luke. Exactly. Don't end up like me where I can't document anymore. Thank you for that. Basically, it's good that we're here for each other and we understand this stuff. So many people have no idea. People who've never had threats made against them or made to them or had any of this stuff happen don't understand. They just can't fathom it and what it does to you, how long it takes. You know, when I was pushed into paranoia, it took a long time for me to let go of that. You know, it's very painful, and they do it. they ratchet it. It's increasing. So it's tension and release. They put pressure and then they step back and take the pressure off because they can't go too far too quickly. They'll get caught for doing what they're doing. So they push and then they back off. They push and back off. It's what narcissists do, it's what bullies do, and it's what torturers do. The staying strong and reserved is the big thing, you know. I got to catch up with what Baby Stags. I hear she's no, it's good. I'm taking too long reading the comments, which is it's important to do both. So I think Baby Stag says D3. Okay. Can D1 cover and slide to E1? So D1, no. No, so D1, that's not gonna get you out of check. Because currently you're in check with the queen is in check. So your only options here is to move to C1. Actually, that's all you can do here. You can't move to here either because the queen's there. You can only move to C2. That's your only option right now. So I can Baby Stag, I can make that move for you. I don't think there's any other possible thing you can do. You can't take the queen with any piece, and you're in check, and you can't take my queen. So the only place you can move right now is there. So I'm going to move it for you because that's your only option. And so I'm going to move C8 to F5 and put you in check again. So I've got the bishop, got you in check. And again, you only have a couple of places you can move. There or there. You can't block it. Oh, you can actually. You can block it that way, but then you can block it that way actually. So you can move the queen from D1 to D3, or you can move the king to B3. So have a think about that, Baby Stag. I'll try and catch up with I'll try and keep up to date with what your moves are. And I'm trying to keep up with the chat because this is very important. We're talking about all this stuff. Arena says cage passer, not me, but everyone. The translator translates incorrect. Conan says, okay, C2 then. There you go. Now, okay, so it's important. Oh no. Here we go. I'm going from A5 to C3, taking your pawn. And I've put you in check again. and you can't take my bishop. D1 to D3. Oh, okay. D1 to D3. Oh, baby stag, you've got, that's a power play right there. Okay, give me a second. Okay, I'm gonna have a glass sip of water. Okay, baby stag can't take my queen because I'll take her queen. She can still take my queen, so, but then her queen would get taken. So in this position, the best thing to do would be to oh, I just saw something. Luckily, my bishop was in position. So even if my queen, I'm going to take your queen, because even though you're going to take my bishop, I'll have taken the queen. So I'm sorry about this, baby stag, but it's A, B, C, D, E, F, F5 to there goes the queen, F5 to D3. I'm taking the queen. And then so baby stag's probably going to try and take my bishop. I don't know. I'll try and catch up with some of the chat, and then, but I'll keep up with what baby stag's doing, because this is also. Where am I? Conan says, I went into too deep. I just wanted to break it. You know, big part of me still does. It's hard when most people can't see it. Yeah, it is. It's difficult. Conan continues, or just don't want to. I don't blame them, as frustrating as can be. It's one of those things, isn't it? They're sort of, they can't help themselves being like that. Arena says, Cage Pasta, aha, your translator translated as sorry, I hear you. Cage Pasta says, Conan, you can see through the reasons they lash. That doesn't take away from your right to feel safe. That's a really good point. Conan says, Sabrina almost had me, I was like, damn. Arena says, oh no, basically says Arena, oh, a little bit too, but just not too much. Cage Pasta says, Sab ain't poo ish at the best. If you couldn't grow where you are. Basically says, by the way, Conan, once you start to get out of it, you'll see how pathetic they are. Trust me, I used to think that they will kill me. Now they might manipulate where I work and stuff, but even though that, you see how pathetic they are. Conan says, you guys are saints, by the way, with the Love heart. Cage Pastor says, Conan, do you think you're a bad person? But you all know that. Thank you, Conan. You know, we're all here for each other, mate. So, you know, like, Conan says, I believe I used to be, but I think I can still be. It's difficult, isn't it? Like, the trauma pushes us into places we don't want to go, you know. I got pushed into self-harm and I didn't want to do that. And it just ended up there. And took a long time for me to forgive myself for that. I just got to catch up and see what. All right. Baby Stag says, with my king, right? If so, yeah, that's what I was going to move. Yeah. All right. You're in check at the moment, by the way. Baby Stag, you're in check. So right now you can only move. Oh, you could take the bishop with the horse. Or with the king. So you could take the bishop with the king or the horse. That would get you out of check. Or you can move out of check. So So I'm confused where what to do here. Because you're in check, Baby Stag. I might even have to go back in time to try and work this out because it might mean that last move couldn't have happened. I'm going to have to go back in time to try and work this out. This is going to take me a little while. I'm going to get really behind in the chat. Because I wasn't paying attention. So you're in check right now. Oh, so she couldn't move. Wait, there you go. No. because I think there's a move that was impossible because she was in check. So I've got to work this out. Sorry, this is going to take me a few minutes. Okay, this is really complicated. I've got to work this out. Okay. Okay, I'm watching this in thing to try and work out what happened because something strange has happened because you're in check right now. Unless I just moved that there. Okay, so it's still going. Everyone's dropping out. I don't know if it's YouTube. It's saying there's only one person here in the stream now. Oh, give me a minute. I keep going. I can't skip through and work this out because it's going too far. Just give me a minute, everyone. I'm sorry about this. This is a big stuff up. Okay. Okay, now I can play from here. I can try and work out this. So after the queen got taken, no, this is before the queen got taken. You're in check at that point. Oh, this is really frustrating. I'm sorry about this. Okay, there was an illegal move before the queen got taken. I should be writing down the moves so this doesn't happen. Okay. So here we go. Where was the bishop before the queen? I'm really confused. Because you're in check at that point, so you couldn't move. Okay. Okay, so the bishop was here. No. Bishop was here. Okay, I think I've worked it out. So okay, give me a minute. This is really frustrating, and I've got to fix this. Okay. I need to put things back a bit. Okay. So queen's there. Sorry about this, baby stag. It's my stuff up. I wasn't paying attention. And this just got stuffed up completely. Now I've got to work out where the bishop was. So the bishop was here. Okay. I'm going to have to play now and work out what happened because you got put in check. Before the queen was taken. And so this was my move. I did that. No, but I had to go back. This game got completely messed up. I wasn't paying attention and everything got wrecked. So, okay, I'm replaying what I'm watching on the video here. So yes, you were able to make that move. That was that move. Actually, I've got to go back. This is it's really unfortunate. I'm sorry about this, everyone. I've stuffed this game up after all this time. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Yeah, so I'm really sorry about this. This is a major stuff up. I'm trying to have to go back in time and play through these moves to try and work out what happened. Okay, so what the bishop's there. Where's the other bishop? The bishop was there, yes. My queen was there. Your queen was there. Your king was there. Okay. So any other pieces? Yeah, there was a pawn there. Okay, I've got it. Okay, now this is just going to take time because I have to go through and work out what happened here, because there was an impossible move. And the problem is I can't just skip through time to catch up quicker. This is my fault because I should be writing down every move. So if something like this happens, we can go back to where it was. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, so you're in check there, and then you move to there. And that's when you just bear with me, everyone. I'm sorry about this. This is a big stuff up. Can't believe I did this. Baby Stag's doing so well. I've got it. I've got all the pieces in the right spot. I'm watching the replay right now. I'm trying to work out what's going on next. I can't skip too far forward if I do. Okay, I'm watching the replay right now. So I've got the pieces in the right spot. Okay. Okay, so I've had to go back to work this out. So it's worth sticking with this. I can't see the chat right now, so I don't know who's talking. Hopefully Baby Stag's still here. If she drops out, I hope she gets back because it's worth fixing this because this is a really good match. That was the next move. And then my next move, here we go. I worked it out. So that my next move after that was I took this pawn and I put you in check. Okay, so we're working it out. So I put you in check. And then I'll see here where the next move was. I think that's when you moved the queen which was an illegal move. Okay. This is what happened next, baby stag. I can't see the comments, but I'm showing you. This is what happened is queen moved to there. Queen can't move to there because you're in check. So that's why we had to go back. So that's why we had to go back, is because of that. So now you're in check, you've got your queen back. So this is a good thing. You've got your queen back. So you didn't lose your queen. But you're in check. And you have to move. You can go there, there. You can't take the bishop because the queen's there. You can't go there. You can only go, you can go there, there, or there. So you can either go to A2, B3, or C2. Okay, that was worthwhile doing that because baby stag. Oh, I just read baby stag's comment. It's not your fault. It's an accident because you're thinking it was your move and it was mine. There you go. So hopefully baby stag's here and she can okay, here we go. Awesome. Baby stag says I'm enjoying myself. Just a little frustrated, to be honest. I was hoping you would see, hoping you watch the chat to see if it's my move and you stressed yourself all this time for nothing. Oh, love you. Baby stag, you're the best. All right. So it is your move. So you still got your queen, but you have to get out of check and you can go to A2, B3, or C2. They're the only places you can move. So have a think about it, baby stag. B2, C3, or D2. They're the places you can move. But you still have your queen, which is good. Baby stag says C2. There we go. I'm just going to focus on the match here because I can go back through the comments later and hopefully Conan reaches out with the email and we'll line up a Google Meet call. We can chat that way. So now it's my turn. Here we go. Here we go. I'm putting you in check again, baby stag. I moved my bishop from C8 to F5, from C8 to F5. And so you're in check. You're in checkmate. That's it, checkmate. I think that's it. Just everyone check. This is checkmate. Baby stag can't move anywhere. Can't go there. Oh, yes, actually, you can. Baby stag, you can go to D3. Baby stag, you can go to D3. That's the only place you can go. Because you're in check. You can't go there. You can't go there. You can't go there. You can't take that. You can't go there, but you can go there. So baby stag, I'm moving your piece for you because you can only go one place and stay. And then okay. So now it's my move. And sorry, I'm just having a smoke. I'm still smoking cigarettes at the moment. It's not easy to quit. And it's my move. I don't think I can. I can't put you in check here. So I've just gone from B8 to A3. Food game. Baby stag, I went from B8 to A3. Oh, A6. Baby stag says, I still believe you accidentally changed it, sweetheart. Thank you. I hope I didn't. Because I went back through it. It's your move though, baby stag. And you're not in check. So you're not in check. You're able to move any of your pieces. All right. So baby stag, it's your move. and you're not in check. So you can move any pieces around at the moment. This is a really difficult move for you, baby stag, because you're doing really well here. This is 3 pawn. You've taken 3 pawn of mine, and I've taken 5 of yours, and none of the main pieces have been taken. So this is a really good match. You're doing so good, baby stag. This is your first chess match, and you're doing really well. You are sort of limited in what you can do, but see how I moved my knight into play just because I can't put you in check again. And so the best thing for me to do is to move one of my pieces closer. And so you've got an opportunity to do the same. You know, I don't think you can directly take any of my pieces at the moment. So baby stag says, can I move A3 to B4? So A3 to B4. Yes, you absolutely can. You can. Now, if you want to lock that one in, I'll give you a minute to think about it. Because if you were here, you'd be able to do this and like move it there and hold it there and then move it back. But because you know you're on the other side of the screen, it makes it if you want to keep that move, that can be your move. You can move that there from A3 to B4. A4 to B5. Okay, wait. So you meant A4. Just a sec. So A4. So that's the pawn. You can't do that, I'm afraid. A4 can only go to A5. You can move that there. You can move the pawn forward. Baby stag, you can do that. But it can't go to A5. It can only go to A4. I hope everyone's going good. You know, Conan, we're all here for you, mate. We really are. And no one, and basically, just don't worry about messing with the chat. Like, we all appreciate everyone's input. It's very difficult to have a deep conversation about this sort of stuff. Conan, you didn't ruin anything. It's all good, mate. It's all good. It's all good. We're all here for each other, okay? So it's still baby stag's move. She can move from a4 to a5. Yeah, no, seriously, Conan, we'll have to have a chat. We've been through very similar stuff, and it's still what you're going through at the moment. It's very difficult, you know. This sort of stuff, you know, therapists can't help with this stuff. I've tried with this stuff, and it's too much for them. You know, sometimes it's going to the police or some other authority that can help, and sometimes they can't help. But I'm here to just chat. You know, when the time comes, we'll have a chat and see what, because and what basic glitch was saying is you know, just staying strong and keeping with finding a good place. Okay, so baby stag says, then the original one you thought I meant then. Thanks, your move. All right, so baby stag moved from a4 to a5. But also, I did read that comment too. That basic glitch. I appreciate that, saying this channel is a safe place, and I appreciate that. And you know, I feel safe being able to open up about stuff here, and I really appreciate. And I'm glad that other people are able to, you know, feel safe here to talk about this stuff. You know, I appreciate you all. Like, we're all going to get through this. Things are going to get better. So it's my move. Oh, okay. I'm going to castle. Wait, I believe that's how it's done. Cage Passer says therapists have told me that I'm handling it fine, but then they call me strong. It's BS, she says. It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult. So it's I did the castle move, castling baby stag, because neither the king or my rook or castle had moved. I was able to do that move, so I swapped them over. So from there to there. Cage Pastor says, I don't want to be called strong. I want the world to be called hard. That's a good one. The world is difficult, you know. Conan says, I see. So it's your turn, baby stag. Again, you can't move many places, but you can with the king, but you're not in check. So you can move another piece somewhere else. No, nothing's been taken for ages. So like there's a good chance you could still win this, baby stag, even though I've got, you know, you're sort of under pressure. Basically, she says, does anyone have advice for sore muscles? Magnesium. Take magnesium powder or magnesium tablets. It definitely does help. It's mild, but it helps. You know, if you take magnesium tablets and have a hot bath or a hot shower, those things combined work really well. This is a really difficult one, baby stag. Here we go. Baby stag says, can your knight take my rook if I move it from the left corner, aka A1? Actually, I can you, this is my bishop, right? And this is my knight here. So, and my other knight's over here. So if you move this from here, it gets it out of trouble. It does. It's a difficult one, baby stag. You've got but this is the if you move your rook to here, I can't take it, right? But where it is now, I could take that on the next move. So that's good spotting that. I didn't even see that. So the other good thing is that if you move your rook to there, it's out in the play. So you can then move it along that way. Baby Stag says, no, I'm not under pressure. I mean, it's just a game, baby, but I'm having fun. Awesome. I'm having fun too. This is really good. I was talking it up a bit then. I was saying when I said that. But that's good to know that you're having fun. I'm having fun too. So that's all right. Baby Stag says, bishop then, sorry, learning the pieces. So yeah, this is bishop. This bishop can move on these directions. So yeah, that was really good spotting because the bishop can, given the opportunity, I'm going to take that because I can take that rook and no one can take my piece. Basic Glitch says, you're doing great, baby. Yeah, she is. She's doing really well. Yeah, then baby Stag says, yeah, then that's what I'm asking, fam. Running it. Run it. All right. It's a tough one. So you have opportunity to win this match here, baby Stag, and I have opportunity to win this match too. So it's a very close. Very close. I've been really focusing on what moves I can make, and I haven't been spending a lot of time looking at all the possible moves baby Stag can make. Just sort of responding to each one. So in chess, you want to think a few moves ahead sometimes, and also look at what your opponent can be doing. So baby Stag says, why I've asked, I thought, thinking emoji. So yeah, it's weird how some can move and others cannot. So I wasn't sure. Yeah, no, that's well, you're doing so well. This is a full learning thing. This is your first chess match, and so the bishops are on. They're locked onto whichever colored piece they originate on. They can't change from that, and yet the other ones can move around. So they're unique in that way. Baby Stag says, hey, Glitch, what up, baby? Missed you. Basic says, you're really doing great for the first match ever. Yep, absolutely. Oh no, it's your move, baby stag, isn't it? No, I thought it was your move. My last move was, I forget now. I did the castling. That's what I did. That was my last move, baby stag. I moved. I swapped. So they were there like that, and I swapped them. So now it's your move, baby stag. This is really fun. This is like epic chess match. So yeah, I'm, I'm pretty sure it's your move, baby stag, because I did the castling. And so the rooks can go forward and back as far as they can go. The bishops can go diagonally, and the knights can go on a 2 forward, 1 to the right, or 2 to the right, 1 up in a circle. That's all right. Baby Stag says, I didn't know. Sorry, Glitch, and thank you. I was nervous to play my first time. That 3-party game got me crunk. That's awesome. Here we go. Baby Stag. Wait. Oh, okay. Which was the piece you wanted to move, Baby Stag? I don't know what I got mixed up. That's all right. So where was your piece and where did you want it moved? I'm confused because last you were just asking about this piece and it was your move. So I was just showing you where you could move the rook. You can only move it forwards. And I don't recall moving any other pieces. And the last move I made was the castling here. But there is. Okay, Baby Stag says move the rook up one or down one, as I stated earlier. I talk different, sorry. It's your play when you move my rook, sweetheart. No worries. Now I get it. Like, you did mean to move it there. That's what you meant. And then I moved it back, and then I was saying it's your move. So I totally get that now. So now it's my move. Here we go. I'm moving G4 to F2. I'm moving the knight from G4 to F2. It's Baby Steak says I'm gonna start crying real tears. Oh, this is pretty special, this match. I almost need to have a beer after this too. Basically says, "Oh, baby, yeah." I don't know if it's like it's such a full-on match. This really is. Ah, here we go. Basically, it says castle will burn, but horse might save it. It's a tough one. I know, Baby Stag, it's your go, and it's a very difficult one. You could go on the offense here, and you could stall me by doing something that could make it difficult for me to like yeah, it could make it difficult. That's yeah, okay. Can F1. So F1, you can take my knight. Is that what you mean? I've had my knight sitting there, and you can take that. You can go all the way to there, take my knight, and there's nothing on this side. So just that's an just turning the knights a little bit so that you make it easier to see. If you do take my knight, I can take your bishop. But that's where we're at. I don't think we can avoid any. The next few moves are just going to be like some major sort of plays now, because basically it says he could jump you. It'd be great if you could jump while they're trying to take your piece. That would be cool. Extra rule. So yeah, I think the next few moves are just going to be major pieces getting taken on either side. Yes, that's true. Basically, she says, but she can choose to safe pieces. I think Conan's taken a break because it was hopefully Conan's doing all right. You know, he knows that we're all here for him. So okay, so I cannot do what Glitch suggested, please. So so I think that was sort of like making a joke, like that if she goes to, or maybe I misinterpreted it. If she goes to take the piece, the horse can jump over it. But but going back to your question before, Baby Stag, F1 can take my knight, but then I will probably take your bishop. That's one possible move. Baby Stag says, I love difficult, bring it. Helps me become better. That's awesome. It does, it makes you stronger, doesn't it? Arena says it seems that it will be a thunderstorm in a minute. So many storm clouds. Exactly. That's like this chess match. There's so much happening. It's all just gonna thunder. There'll be thunder and lightning. Whatever move. Baby Stag says thank you, Glitch. Because our basic Glitch says Stag no, because I didn't see Queen. Now I see, and yes, that's it. I wasn't going to say anything, Baby Stag. I was waiting for you to see what you were going to do. So now you see that. So when you've got a board like this with so much going on, you look at every piece and look at what each piece can take. So I can take two pieces with this piece without getting taken. So I can't take anything with this piece. I can't take anything with this piece. I can't take anything with this. Oh yeah, I can. But if I take your knight, your queen's going to take my bishop. So doing that, you can sort of exactly. Baby Stag says, no, take your knight and you take my queen. Exactly. Exactly. So here you're like at a crossroads. You got to, there's, you can do a defensive move. You can do a defensive move, or you can it makes it easier to decide what you want to do because there's less. Baby Stag says, will it leave me open for checkmate by your piece one step away? Sorry, cannot remember the name of the piece. So this is the bishop, that's the queen, that's the knight or horsey. So knight, queen, bishop, rook, rook. Case Pastor says, I meant to say that it's no clock. This game might be 7 hours, but I'm feeling it'll be done sooner. Ah, yeah. It's good though. It's a good match. Basic Glitch says you can take his queen, maybe. Possibly. Yeah. Oh, Conan's here still. Awesome. Conan's like, yeah, it's been fun. I look forward to like having a extended chat sometime, Conan, and try and work through what we can see if I can help out in any way. Oh, Conan says it'll only break your heart. I'm here to help in any way I can. You know, I'm sure it'll be heartbreaking to hear what you've been through, but you know, if I can do anything to help, you know. Cage Pastor says, "Ooh, you're here, and so are we." Basically, says, Conan, we're glad you're having fun. Yeah, absolutely. Baby Steak says, "You must forget. I really know what I'm doing. I'm using intuition, baby, and it's beastly. Been using it since birth for everything. I mean, everything. With the thinking and the laughing, crying face. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell nobody." Intuition is an amazing skill, and it can be something that you can be born with it, and you make it stronger and stronger. Basic says, "But I can't just say the move because Luke will know. He probably knows now, but." Cage Pastor says, "Baby has it on tens all day." Yeah. It's a difficult one. This is a really difficult move. Conan says, "Versions aren't meant to know." It's a, that is that's a difficult one, isn't it? Being exposed to things that you shouldn't have to be exposed to. Cage Pastor says, "Conan, can I call Conan Co?" That'd be a good nickname or shortened version. Yeah, Conan says, "Of course," with the hug. I'm trying to see what that emoji is. I think it's a star sign. I can't. It's too small on the tablet. Cage Pastor says, "I appreciate it." So this is a really difficult one for um, Baby Stag because she can either protect the queen or she can go on the offensive. She can go on the offensive and it will shut me down. So there is a move that Baby Stag can make that not only protects her queen, but also um, gets a bit of movement there. I'm going to take a toilet break and I'll be back in like just a couple of minutes. Oh, here we go. Okay, Baby Steak says, "You missed my play. I'm sorry, I didn't see that." Okay. "Take your knight and take my queen. I ain't never scared. Been told you." You didn't read it all to know what I've wanted to move, fam. So what do you want to? It's your go though. So you still have to make a move. So if you want to move something else and you can leave your queen there. I will take the queen probably, just because it is more but I didn't hear you actually. I'll go back. I don't think you said a move. Baby Stag, it's still your move. But the last thing you said was yeah, last one was like, will it leave me open for checkmate by your piece one step away? Sorry, cannot remember the name of the piece. So I've got to take a toilet break, but have a think about it, Baby Stag. There will be either way, whichever move, there's going to be pieces getting taken in the next couple of moves because we're at that point in the match. So this is where we're at the moment. Here we go. Baby Stag says, we've burned them down. We have, hey, the candles. Baby, it ain't difficult. I'm waiting for you to move. My man, give me yours and take my queen. Or can I, if I can do that? You can't. No, it's actually it's your move, Baby Stag. So you can move any of your pieces right now. So you know there is a move that protects your queen, and you then stay protected. Oh, Baby Stag says real tears are forming. Yeah, I know this is pressure. Well, it's good pressure though. You said you're not afraid of pressure. Okay, so I'll give you a few minutes. You can take your time, but you still have a move, and there's a lot of things you can do right now. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I think she said she had to help her dad get a phone. Arena's got to go. Thanks for being here, Arena. It was really, really awesome meeting you. Really appreciate it. And welcome back anytime. Look forward to the next time. Be doing another stream tomorrow. Baby Stag says, is it castle baby? If so, yes, castle it please. You can't castle it, unfortunately, Baby Stag, because the only way you can do that is if you haven't moved either your king or your castle. And so you've done, you can move one of the castles, but then you can only castle on the other side. So you can't castle, unfortunately. You can move your castle. You can move this castle up to there. You can take my knight with your castle, but then I could take your castle with my queen. Everyone's saying goodbye to Irina. Thanks for being here, Irina. Look forward to seeing you again. So this is a difficult one, Baby Stag. You could do a defensive move, or you could do a attacking move. So you could look at what pieces you could take of mine, and you can take a piece. You can with your knight, you can take my bishop, but then I could take your knight with my queen. But if I did that, you could take my queen with your king. So I wouldn't do that. So that's actually probably the best move that there is, if you don't mind losing your queen. If the other option would be is I could take your queen with my knight, so you could move your queen somewhere. You know, you can't take anything with your queen, but you could move it somewhere. You can take a piece. You can take my bishop. That's the only piece I can see you can take. The other one you can take is you can take my knight with your bishop, but then I can take your bishop with my pawn. So they're the only moves that you can make where pieces get moved. Another option would be you can move your pawn forward, but then I could take your pawn with my pawn. Another option would be you could move your you could move your bishop into a place. If you moved it here, I could then take it, but then you could take it with the castle. Like, if you look at it this way, Baby Stag, yes, again, you could take my castle with your bishop here, but then if you took my castle, I could take your bishop with my king. So we're at a point in the game, Baby Stag, doesn't almost then. Yeah, I'm looking for that one. Your knight and you take my queen. No, but it's your move, Baby Stag. I can't do that. if you don't move your queen, I will take your queen, or I will take this castle. It's your move, so you can move your queen all different places. You can move the queen there. You can move the queen there, but if you do that, if you move your queen there, I can take it with my knight. And then, or if I take the queen with my queen, then you will take my knight with your bishop. So you can look at it this way, baby stag. What do you want to lose? Do you want to lose your queen? Or do you want to lose your bishop? Do you want to lose your queen or your castle? If you take any of my pieces, if you take my knight, I will take it with the pawn. And then you still have to move your queen, because the next move after that, you have to either move your queen still. I know it's difficult. This is what happens when you get to this level in the game, baby stag. It gets really difficult because whatever you do now, it's your turn. So it's So have a think about it, baby stag. It's your move. At this point, whatever you do, there's pieces are going to get taken. Does anyone else want to help baby stag out with what move to make? Because I don't want to try and influence what move she makes, being their opponent. But I'm trying to explain that this is a really difficult part in the game, because I can't make a move until she makes a move. I'll go through it again. But if maybe basic glitch, if you want to think of some moves that baby stag could make, because it's her move, I can go through them all. You could move the bishop and take my castle, but then I will take your bishop with my king. You can't take anything with the queen, but you can move it out of danger. If you move your queen there, actually I will still take it with my queen. That's the only safe place you can move your queen. No, it's not. I can take it with the bishop. To get your queen out of danger, it's almost impossible. If you move your queen here, A3 to whatever back there. Okay, so A3, yep. Do you want to move it back to where it came from? That's putting pressure on my queen. So I'm forced to move my queen. You can move the bishop to there, and then I will have to move my queen. That's actually a good move. You can move, if you move your queen to there, I can take it with my knight. I can take it with my knight. It's safe there. No, I can take it with my pawn, this pawn. You can move your queen, your bishop to there, and I can take it with my queen. So you, Baby Stag, you said move A3. No, but it's your move, Baby Stag. I can't move. Oh, okay, you answer. Okay, after I do it. All right. So this is a really tough move, Baby Stag, because you're either going to lose your queen or another piece. But you're going to have to make a move, because I can't move until you've made a move. Yeah, basically says he will try to save his queen as expected. Exactly. So you can either sacrifice your queen or you can put me on the offensive. Baby Stag says, I'm crying real tears now with the crying emojis. I don't mean to disrespect, baby. I don't care about the queen, baby. Take A3 and take your castle, please. Okay. A3, taking the castle. First piece, like main piece of the board taken, which was the castle by the bishop. So yeah, there we go. I'm moving F2 to D1, taking the queen. Oh, baby stag, come on, you're doing awesome. Baby stag says I'm about to resign. No, you're doing great. It's just getting tough. You've just lost your queen, and I've lost a castle. If you can get some pieces in position, you can have me cornered here. I can't take your bishop because it's not my move, but I might take that next round. So that does make it difficult. But you can resign because it has been a really good game. Baby Stag says, I can't possibly talk and write this badly. Yeah. With the crying, laughing. This is a really difficult spot in the match. There's Baby Stag says, I'm glad that you snatched her Lisa with the laugh, crying, laughing. Give me a second. I'm gonna see an answer immediately. Promise, baby. No worries. No worries, Baby Stag. Take your time. This is a difficult one. I've lost matches at this point, and here we go. Baby Stag says, I want to out behind those pieces. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. It's frustrating. I don't know how else to try and word it for you to understand me. No, well, which pieces do you want to move? That's the thing. So, yeah, I'm basic glitch says castle the queen. I can't work that one out. Baby Stag's got the crying, laughing, saying, I ain't quitting. No, that's good. You could still win this. Very much so. The candles are getting low, but guess what? I got backup candles. I think I can keep the stream going for more than 7 hours, but if I don't stop the stream before 7 hours, it's not going to save it. YouTube doesn't save streams longer than 7 hours. So that could be a time thing that gets us to like, that means we got 38 minutes, 37 minutes to finish the match. I reckon we can do it. So it's your turn, Baby Stag. Cage Passer says, epic Stag. I still hope Luke loses. No offense. I love the competitive vibes. Thanks for the confidence, Cage Pastor. Baby Stag says, come my tall piece back there, take your piece back there. This one here can take my knight here. If you want, you can move that one. So that's A, B, C, D, E, F1 to A6. But then if you do that, I will take it anyway. But still, it's a move. So yeah, that's the bishop. And it can go diagonally. It can go this way, or it can go all the way here and take my knight. If you take my knight, I'm going to take it with the pawn. Baby Stag says, yay, about the candles. Yeah, that's it. Don't worry, we got more candles. But we got just over half an hour to finish the match. So we're starting to hit a time constraint. You have an opportunity here, Baby Stag, is to move one of your pieces into a position where it can then do something. You know, I'll give you an example. If you want to get your castle here to do something to my king, you've got to move it here and then here. No, here, then, you know, then there, and then you can take my thing, and then I'm in check. So in 3 moves, you can put me in check. 1, 2, 3. But then I might be able to take you with my bishop, but that's an example of a move that you can make. It gets more and more difficult the further along we get with a match like this, because yeah, true. Sorry, Baby Stag. I don't mean to be giving you suggestions. Baby Stag says, I'm asking F all the way on your end, baby. I'll shut my mouth. Oh no, I'll be quiet. So we're starting to run. We've got 30 minutes to finish the match. So no pressure, but like we're starting to run out of time. I will set up another stream later to play another match later. So anyone who wants to continue on after this one. Yeah, this is a really difficult move. Baby Stag says, no, I don't want that, baby. Talk all you want. Sorry, I don't think you can understand me. I tried everything I can. I don't constrain nobody, baby. I've done told you what I want to do, baby. Did you? I didn't see. Did you make a move? Oh, no. I didn't see that you made a move. Can my white F8 side jump? Only black piece on your side by my white one. F8. So F8. It the bishop here. This is the one here. It can go here, or it can go there. It can't jump. It can't jump over stuff. So it can go into something and take it. You can do that. You can move this piece out of weight, because where it is now, I can just, if you move something else, I can just take your bishop with my king. So it's probably a good idea to move it somewhere safe, like it's there or there. No, my queen can take it from there or there. Queen can take it there, and the bishop can take it there. So that's probably a good thing to do, though, is to move the bishop somewhere. So you can move the f8 here. You can move it there. I can take it with my king. You can move it there. It's safe there. No, it's not. The queen can take it. So if you want to keep this bit, if you want to keep this piece, that's the only place you can put it. You can only move one. You can move from there to there. Otherwise, I'll take it. Conan says, I shouldn't have opened up that box. That's all right, mate. No, it's good that you opened up and talked about that stuff. I haven't been able to contribute into the chat because I'm trying to focus on the chess match, because I stuffed it up earlier and I had to rewind the match a couple of moves because I stuffed up because it was in check, and so it took a lot of time to fix that up. So I haven't been responding so much to everyone's messages. I've just been mainly focusing on me and Baby Stag working through this, because this is a really crucial point in the match right now. So Baby Stag says, put it in that side corner for me, please. So you mean F8 to which corner? So you can go F8 to, this is a side corner here, or this is another side corner. So that'd be, if this bishop will get taken by my piece anywhere you put it, unless you put it there. That's the only safe place. But I shouldn't be saying this stuff. I should just let you play. So if you can, okay, move it to D7 or D6, please. So A, B, C, D. Yeah, that's a good move. That's safe there. Because otherwise I would have taken that. So now it's my turn. There we go. Moving from C3 to D4, and I'll put you in check. Queen has put the king in check. Yes, that's D6. Yeah. Basic Glitch says, my cat says hi to you all. Awesome. I love your artwork too, by the way, Basic Glitch. Those I really love those the artworks of the spiders with the jumping spiders with the sayings written on the back of the spider. I think they're awesome. This is D6. I'm confused now. So I'll put you in check. So you were here, Baby Steak, you were here, and you said move to D6 or D7. You can't move to D7 because the bishop's got to stay on a diagonal. And so I can move it to D6. And it's safe there. Nothing can take it there. And then I moved the bishop from C3 to D4, which put you in check. So you have to move the king. Oh, okay. I didn't see. I've got the chat showing all the. I'll check. It's saying I've got it on. Here we go. I had it on all messages. Maybe that's why. Oh, I hope that's not. I had the chat, Baby Stag, I had the chat on all messages, and for some reason, when I looked at it then, it said top messages. So maybe there were messages that didn't appear, but that's a good idea, Baby Stag. If we get close to time, pause the match, fam, and we'll pick up later. That's a good idea. I can do that. We got 20 minutes though. Conan says Spider-Man dies. No, it's basically she's done these awesome artworks with a spider, and it has like yeah, it's like everything's fine type thing written on it. You know, sort of like you'd have on a T-shirt or something, but it's written on the spider. So B3 to A4. You can only oh yeah, good move. Good move there, Baby Stag. All right. This candle's getting close, but I've got a spare one. All right. So I have to move my queen. actually, I've put you in check. So I've moved from G5 to C2, and you're in check. Wait, B3 to A4. This is B3 to A4. All right. That's where you were. You were for B3. You're in check. I moved you to A4, and then now it's my move, and so I moved the bishop to C2, which puts you in check again. Unless you want to, you can't move back there because the bishop's there, because you're in check. So you can do two things. You can do a few things. You can move the castle to block my bishop, or you can move. You can do that move as well, from A4 to B5. But they're the only moves you can make. But that's right. I'm pretty sure this is. I'm just going to go back. You said A3 to B4. So this is where you were. So you're in check with the queen. A3 to B4. No, B3 to A4. And then I put you in check again with my bishop from F5 to C2. C2, yeah. So you're in check again. So you have two possible moves here, baby glitch. I mean, baby stag. No, you can't move your rook. You got this. You got one rook over here, but you can't move. Well, you can, but you're in check. But you can't move. You can't move the rook to get out of check, because the check is coming from my bishop here. You can actually do that. You can do that. You can do that. But you know what happens if you do that? I will take that, and you can't take my bishop because my queen is here. So that's, you can do that, I'll take your. So if you can move my horse from B1 to A2. So from no, you can't do that. The horse can only go to here, and you'll still be in check. If you could get the horse there, but that's not possible. Awesome. Go Fast is here. Go Fast says, got everything settled down for the night and ready for the morning. Awesome. Basic says, Go Fast with beautiful motorcycle. Hello. And Go Fast says, howdy. So we're in the Go Fast. We've had this epic chess match. It's been going for like 6 hours, maybe. But that's good. You got everything sorted. Those all those motorcycles for the invited guests are amazing. So many different types, and that trike is pretty cool. And it'd be interesting to see how it runs. Like, it looks really stable with those fat tires on it. Like, it looks super stable. And it was pretty cool how he's got like the transmission behind the axle. It's like to fit it in to make it all squashed up. Go Fast says, I'm getting some of the old guys up here into the show early so they don't have to deal with all the mess of getting in with all the traffic. Oh, that's awesome, mate. That's really good work. Remember that road was cut for horses and mules and occasional covered wagon. Yeah, I can, like, so when there's all the traffic going into the festival, you must slow everything down. And, for older people, it'd be difficult getting in and out. Baby Stag says, you got jokes. I do too. If I can move what I asked, I didn't ask to move. I'm asking, can I move that horse thing? That's a only question, baby. An old question. Can I move the you can't move it because you're in check. That's what I was saying. Like, you can move that potentially to these places, but because you're in check, you can't actually move that. Right now, the only thing you can do is get out of check, because I've got my bishop there, and the only way to get out of check is to move there. That's the only thing you can do. Actually, I'm just going to double check this, Baby Stag, because I think that's the only move you can make, which means that we can just make that move. So you're in check with the bishop. Oh no, there's one other move. You can move the castle. You can block my bishop with the castle, or you can move the king to there, because you can't move it to there because the horse is here, the knight's here. So there's two moves you can make. Castle to block the bishop, or move the king to there. So it's up to you. There's two moves, one of two moves you can make. Oh no, Go Fast, there's trolls in the chess match. No, I think there's a couple of conversations going on at once, Go Fast. So there's been we've gone some heavy conversation with some stuff. Actually, what? I just read one of Conan's things. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Conan says you wanted me to. I won't read that, but who said that? Who said that? What's going on, Conan? There's don't don't get too upset, please. Is there someone in the chat, Conan, that said something to you? Because no one's wanting you to do that, to hurt yourself, mate. But yeah, that's it. No, it's all good. Go Fast. Yeah, there's been some friend of ours here, Conan, has gone through some really heavy stuff, and he's mentioning someone called Evan, and I don't know who Evan is. I haven't seen that in the chat, but I'm concerned for Conan because he's gone through some really heavy stuff, and so yeah, Baby Stag says, then move it, please. Yeah, that's it. Hopefully, Conan. Hopefully, you can just. No one here's wanting anything like that, mate. Just we want you safe. So, so yeah. So you want the castle to move? Yep. Is that what? So you had two moves. You can either put the castle and block the bishop, or move the king there. So you said castle. I just want to check that. Baby Stag, is that what you wanted moved? Because that gets you out of check if we move the castle there. If you want the castle moved there, you're out of check, and then I'll make my move. Conan, just let us know everything's all right, mate. But yeah, no, Go Fast. Those motorbikes are awesome. I hope it's a really good show, and Baby Stag says, we're running out of time, baby, because you're not reading my comments. Sweet. I've said several times, baby, I have less than 10 minutes yet. I'm trying to read. I'm sorry, Baby Stag. So I'm not seeing it. So you have two possible moves. You're in check, and you said castle, like. Yes, so castle. That's what you wanted. Okay, confirm. So that's it. So you're out of check now. Now, here we go. So that was D3 to B3. I just took your castle. And I believe that's checkmate. Baby Stag says, let's just pause it, baby, and pick it up another time. It's okay. And you can help out in the chat. Thank you for that, Baby Stag. But I think because yeah, I'm concerned about Conan because hopefully he's all right. But it did sound like he got triggered talking about stuff. And yeah. But that's it. The I just put in there, checkmate. Thanks for the match, Baby Stag. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm gonna have to I'll end the stream and I'll start it up again in a little while. Well, anyone who wants to have another match, I look forward to it. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. That was a really good match, Baby Stag. Sorry to cut this off now, but it's just over 7 hours. So hopefully it'll still save it. But it was awesome. Much love to everyone. Catch up soon. I'm going to start the stream again in about half an hour or so.